Holy landlubbers, it's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. It's Saturday, it's hot here, it's summer, because it's August the 5th, 2023, which means I got plans tomorrow. But my plans tonight are disco. But of course, not the disco that I listen to in my free time, or the new disco equivalently that I listen to in my free time, but Disco Elysium. Not the dance club at the dilapidated church. I can understand the confusion. But, no, instead, this mystery game where me and all the voices in my head that were shattered from the person previously known as Harry Dubois are trying to reassemble themselves into some new superstar cop who is the law. And maybe someday we'll get his gun back. Until then, we have to kill time, because we have plans to get our gun back tonight. But not tonight on the stream, but tonight in video game real time. Which probably means like 2 streams from now, because the days in this game are incredibly long. You should listen to Saint Sen in your... My favorite thing about Saint Sen, or Saint Sens, I don't actually know the correct pronunciation. I don't pay attention to it when they talk about it. Is just that when it comes up in the game, everyone's like, the church was just so sad and so small. As if that's like the only thing about that extremely like weird and unique song that would matter to anyone. It's just like, it's just the only thing I remember is it was so sad and small. But yeah, like, so here's the problem that we're at, is that last week we did, as is typical, we did a lot and nothing. We got Titus to give us a lead to go find Ruby. Ruby being the mysterious 8th Hardy who helped them set up the fake hanging to mask the real cause of death of the guy whose murder we've been investigating all along. And we used that information to pretty much narrow down where she was, but the game was very much like, hey, you know how this feels like it's really important and you better be sure if you're gonna do it? Well, let me just make that explicitly clear, that this is like a point of no return, so like, mind your business. So we went and like we told Joyce about the war that Everard Clare intended to start over the union dispute, which I swear to God I already tried to do before the game let me do it, and it wouldn't. And then it was like, did you think about doing that? I was like, yeah, and I swear I really thought I tried that. And then we solved an entire death. We like found a corpse and we found his next of kin, and we solved it. We did like a mini mystery adventure. And then like I'm just a little bit at a loss. I feel like we did like one other thing after that, and I don't remember what it was. But the thing I want to find the Fairweather T500 helmet. And it's the only one that the game gives you a lead on outside of the boots to begin with, and it's the only thing I can't find. Because the information that they gave me is basically it's in the water somewhere. And I just don't. And it's really bothering me, and I don't know what to do about it. I even went so far as before the stream started, I tried to go and find the VOD from my YouTube channel that would let me rewatch the only information I've been given since the beginning. I couldn't find it, not in the amount of time I had. I know I've done it. I know I talked to Ask Me Mañana or whatever, and like I swear all he said and all Kuno said was like, he kicked it in the water, and that's it. And I feel like I should be able to find it walking along the coast somewhere, and I can't do it. It's really annoying. It really bothers me. Really want to do that today. I have no idea what to do about it. But yeah, other than that, I mean, we're gonna like ride the lightning, which is for some reason the expression that comes to mind when I think of just literally trying to do everything in my journal, because I'm running real low on tasks to do and high on stuff that I want to get done before I go hunt down Ruby. So let's get started on that, I guess. Continue. Also, hi Sarah, and hi to everyone who's here. I see Jakey and Demolition, and my mom, J.M. Platts. Neko's here as well. Don't know if oh, that's right. We do have the ballistics. That's the thing I forgot about. Is we like went and we talked to Klassia again, because we like went and looked at where her passport was supposed to be, and it wasn't there. And then we talked to her about it, and, like, nothing useful happened there. But on the way out, I, like, looked at the new window and passed a visual calculus test. And it let me, like, ponder possible trajectories for a bullet to have come from in order for the shooter that killed our victim to not be on the roof, which I really don't think that they were. And, I don't think I actually have means in the context of the game to demonstrate this to you, but I had a thought that seemed really important throughout the week, which was that I think the one that the game purports is, like, least plausible is the one that comes in the direction from the shipping yard. We've ruled out this, which is Land's End, and then in the other direction it's, like, the boardwalk. Still have to find the boardwalk, because I feel like I looked at the places that I would expect to call the boardwalk. We'll deal with it. But what if the reason it doesn't seem like there's a possible angle to shoot from over there is because the shipping yard has access to a crane. And as a result, you could move a shipping container up really high so it could get a favorable angle over the walls of the buildings surrounding the Whirling in Rags, and then shoot, and then sort of disappear the potential shooter location by just moving that crate somewhere else. I feel like this is a pretty plausible theory. Demolition points out, if you didn't pass that check, you wouldn't be doing this, and imagine all the things you, like, skip because of not passing passives. I mean, it's hard to imagine that because you don't see that. Which is, like, one of the tough things about this game, is I feel like I've said before to some extent that, like, it's not that I don't believe that the game has other paths, but that they're so invisible to me that it feels like there aren't. I feel like I said something like that last week or the week before. And it's tough because, like, I get why it's cool to do that as a designer, and I don't think that's necessarily wrong, but then it's hard to appreciate that if you're trying to avoid spoilers. Because as you're thinking of this too much like an adventure game, I think someone would notice that. I don't know, man. Have you met the people in this world? They're idiot. Collectively, they're one idiot. The people of this world are so dumb that they have to all work together to be one racist idiot. I like to imagine that the entirety of Revachol is basically the algorithm that makes up one NPC in L.A. Noire. It explains both the incompetence and the racism. And the fact that no one acts reasonably. B double. No, B double prime's the one we did, right? I think we need B prime and B triple prime. I mean, the confusing thing about the boardwalk notion... I mean, we could just do a whole sweep of this area. Because there's, like, a couple places where I feel like boardwalk would be. I feel like we checked all of them. Clearly that must not be true. It doesn't seem like there's any way from, like, this vantage point to be able to shoot there. It doesn't feel like that should be it. Mission says he's been watching Clone Wars, a great show, but sadly there's like 3 people in the whole galaxy. You mean because of the clone situation? I haven't watched very much Clone Wars, to be honest, but I mean, there be clones in it. I certainly know that much. And they're all, or mostly all, like, played by the same... Like, there are some of them that definitely have distinct personalities from what I understand and remember. But, like, it's kind of just like one guy plays a bunch of characters, right? Not all of them, but, like, all of the clones. This dude is still here. No, everyone runs into everyone else and are surprised when it happens. Oh, that sounds like, our flag means death. Towards the end of the first season, that was starting to make me a little insane. Is how, like, trivially, easily people would, like, embark upon the entirety of the ocean and then, like, encounter each other by happenstance. I'm like, that's not it. That isn't it. Okay, so I'm gonna consider this section of boardwalk to be checked for now. I wonder if making random phone calls will eventually yield some sort of quest. It feels like it should, right? I have a bunch of money that I no longer need to spend on anything. That's been a wild journey for me. So this be a dead end, Yar. So here's the thing that bothers me about that. I actually disagree with that statement, Demolition. I do not think Our Flag Means Death actually plays it for comedy. I think they just don't want to deal with the logistics. If they played it for comedy, I think I'd be fine with it. But I feel like they just act like they just pretend not to notice that that's true. That's actually a good question. You can buy board games from the bookstore. But, like, I don't think I understand... I don't think I know what my expectation is of what that looks like. Like, what would I be able to do with that? I think that's a rhetorical question. I don't think that's a real question. I can't remember if I actually came over here. At some point I had the notion that there's like some little bitty baby boardwalk section somewhere near like the quote-unquote start of this peninsula. Oh, hang on. Birds in the tree. Barely audible. Never bought it, so it'd be new for you. We'll consider that. Anyone remember how expensive it is? Because I don't. I think this is sort of the area I was thinking of, and I don't think that this will yield anything. You know, the worst part... It's actually a little later in the day than I thought we were on. But the worst part about all of this is the fact that... Decades-old concrete defenses. Children play on them now. Darn it, that was a blue check, so I thought that was it, even though we don't seem to be there. This requires minor spoilers to tell you how to do this. I don't know how to interpret or respond to that. This wouldn't be it, right? Going to run in circles. I mean, that's not really new, huh? How about this? Instead of this, because I do feel like we've been pretty exhaustive here for my immediate satisfaction, I'm gonna go run around the shipyard for a little while and see what happens there. Oh, costs 25 real, and another one they have is 12. So we're all would be based on the radio computer RPG, right? Manana, will you just, like, tell me the name of the movie I would like to see, which is How to Get the Helmet?
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Help me by doing something that's clearly not programmed into your character or has been deleted forever. I do like that I just carry around a boombox, like some sort of, like, 80s cartoon, like, villain of the week. I do wonder what this all is down here that I hadn't noticed for a long time. It's not clear to me how to get there. Do these stairs go anywhere at all? I haven't gone down them. I don't think I have. Just the same, I'm going to complete the lab because I've already come here and would like to just verify that there's not something I can do now. Wonder how Light's doing. I mean, probably super mega rich. Oh, okay. See, okay. My minor thing that bothers me about that. Nego says, apparently the helmet can't be obtained until you change to a new area. Which is fine. I think that's a reasonable level of spoiler, and in fact, it's helpful here. But here's what bothers me about that, is that one of the things on the, like, point of no return checklist is, like, get as much armor as you can. And since I already have 3 of the 4 pieces of armor, it feels misleading for the game to be like, you better get that, because it feels to me like it's saying if I don't get the helmet now, that I can't get the helmet at all. And that's an unacceptable outcome, given everything that I've done so far. Literally, if the game had said nothing, I would have assumed that that was fine. So, like, that's a little annoying to me. I feel like that leaves me with, like, really precious little to do today. Because I have determined where the shot came from, which apparently we're not going to make progress on. Look for Ruby, which is itself the point of no return. This thing that I can't do until 2200. Find the murder weapon. That's probably not a thing I'm just casually doing today. Wash off the death smell. I mean, I literally have to spend $20 to do that, and I don't know if it does anything. I'm not really invested in Man of Plenty. I just sort of ended up with that. Find the armor pieces. Apparently also can't do that. Make Van Eyck's jam harder core, which I can't exactly do. Don't want to do this. Don't want to do this. So I, like, basically don't have anything to do. So, like... I mean, do I just have to read my case notes for, like, 6 hours? You have the Frog Visor, the most powerful helmet of them all. That's not the point. The point is that as a superstar cop, I need to be prepared for some sort of, like, climactic shootout by having a suit of armor that makes me look like RoboCop or something. Hey, Bo Pixie, welcome to the stream. We're trying to figure out what to do in Disco Elysium because the game ran out of tasks for me to do. And I have no idea if that's abnormal or not. How would I get to there? Is there a way I can reason how to get to there? Or is that just a future problem? And by there, I mean like this door at the end of this walkway. But the architecture of this place is so confusing. It says, she wanted suggestions for food, but says, considering I don't drink or do drugs, that already greatly limits my options for Disco Elysium themed foods. That really does. That sure really does, huh? Of course, I'm the square who was like, oh, there's like a task for getting sober. Let me immediately commit to that. And chat was like, no, don't do it.
Right to work! Right to...
I really don't know what to do. Hold on. So the place I need to Friday, 9:40. Someone's been running around with their sidearm pretending to be a police officer. That detail escaped me somehow. I thought they were just loudly declaring they had the gun. Were they saying they were being a police officer? I genuinely don't remember that. Meet her near the old fish market. Is the old fish market the fishing village? Or is that a different place? Oh no, just walk past the fishing village until you see the boardwalk. So it's like probably close to where the corpse is? Sure. Sure. Go to church, I guess. Okay, chat. I offer you a fork. Not a knife, not a spoon, but a fork. We could spend a bunch of money making random calls until we either get something interesting to do or the game stops us from doing that. Or we just read our case notes until we can talk to that crazy lady about our gun. These are your options. You may not have a spork. Because a spork implies, I feel like, a minimum of 3 tongs. Alright, I guess we're crank yanking. Which, if you've never heard of that bad TV show, is probably a distressing thing for me to say.
The machine is operable.
Let's dial 00551179112.
Calling. Still calling. Again? Seriously? Someone with a masculine voice picks up.
Hello, Gerard speaking.
Well, I'm not sorry, cop. Gerard, what a terrible name. Change it. Change your name.
What are you, like 5?
A woman's voice shouts something in the background, and when Gerard speaks again, his voice is hushed.
Thanks for calling, asshole.
Phone hanging up.
It's weird. I expected that to go better.
Disconnect tone.
How about we call 00599777313?
Calling. 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 Still calling. Still calling.
Stop calling me, man.
The voice on the other end is slightly
I'll
hysterical.
get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
3 sounds like a really horrible idea. 3 sounds like a really nice thing to say, but since we're not actually the person demanding money from him, he'll just be harmed or something. That sounds really bad. Oh, 4 seems great. You seem to be in some sort of trouble. Maybe I can help you. I am the law.
The phone gets hanged up fast as lightning. All
That
you
didn't-
hear is a little shuffle of nylon as the hand moves on the other end. Disconnect tone.
Yeah, that's fine. How about we call 00511111313?
Calling.
I've noticed, like, for some reason I have had an expectation that randomly calling people might stumble me into some type of police work. But, like, every time I've come even remotely close to that being true, people just immediately hang up on me. Which, like, I don't blame them for that. It's just like, I don't know, for some reason I was thinking this would become a quest.
I'm tired.
Man answers fast this time. His voice is hoarse from cigarettes. You hear typing in the background.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
What are you tired of?
Writing. I hate writing so much. But I have to get back to it.
The man disappears with a sigh. You do not hear the customary disconnect tone, just silence in the handset. The machine is still waiting for you to dial a number. Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to register. You can still make a new one without paying.
Wait, what? What? What is... I know white morning is a thought that I have. But I don't think I, like, did it. I don't think I, like, completed that thought. So why do I get a bonus for it? This apparently isn't a very difficult shag. Dial a random number with your eyes closed.
You close your eyes and put your index finger on the rotary dial. Then pull down on the number. Then move one up. And repeat the motion. Twice. Strange. This is not how you started before.
What did I just do?
You dialed 001. This is not the area code of Revachol. It is another destination on another Isola. Some far-off nation-state.
Keep dialing.
414447. The rotary dial feels cold from the sea air.
I feel like we're making, like, a Ouija phone call.
1117361. Your
Fingers
fingers
keep-
keep moving like a spider. Every time the ring rotates back with a little ring of metal. Like a bell tolling.
There's more?
Yes. 451 67 451. You are going deeper now, into some unknown place, far away from this island of matter and its telecommunication networks.
I feel like, I don't know what the source of it, but you know that meme where like the woman's just looking at like trigonometry floating in front of her? I feel like that's what I'm doing right now.
451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal. Surely nothing can come of this, you think. But it does. A connection. An ultra-long distance call. Your air fills with a crackle, the wash of a strange ocean full of white noise. A little bird starts ringing in there, not like the local calling tone before. No, a small ring in a cage of distortion, far away. A distant network of phones.
Are we calling Arno Van Eyck? That'd be very convenient for me.
Calling. Calling in the night. The saddest sound in the world.
Is it like a really, really small church?
Both pitiful and terrifying. You feel your pulse rising with each ring. Calling still. Ringing by the bedside of a dark but capacious apartment with long windows. You know this to be true.
But I didn't even search my feelings.
The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy.
Holy crap, my volition is like really high, and there's still an 8% chance of this. I'm always tempted to, yeah, like, here's the thing, is like, I don't think I want to hang up. I feel like narratively that's not interesting, but I'm so tempted to, like, try just because it's like a red check, but I don't actually think I want to do that. Because, like, I'm pretty sure I know what this all means. Windows. How do I know that?
You just do. And you know it is going to hurt.
Let it call more.
Calling. 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 Calling still. Then the ocean breaks. Out of the depths, a woman's voice emerges. Small. The dearest thing you've ever heard.
Hello?
Oh, she's like she's an electronic ghost. Oh. That's weird. There's a really long pause before these options came up. What is option 4? Like, what's... I'm confused by it for, like, multiple reasons. Like, why is it the proceed option? I'm a revolutionary servant of humanity. I will free mankind and abolish the classes. I will raise the dead. I mean, I feel like it's... I mean, it would be rude not to say hello.
Who is this?
Oh, well, now that she wants to know who I am, because I've said the customary hello. I think it would be correct to probably say, I'm a revolutionary servant of humanity, I will free mankind and abolish the classes, and I will raise the dead. I mean, I don't think I want to say 2... Even though Kim's here, we could try the gun thing. I think it's less effective over the phone, though. 5 is the thing that makes it so I never have a second date, is, like, saying stuff like that. Goodbye is just, like, hanging up, so I'm, like, not doing that. I'm just gonna do 4.
You're not a revolutionary, Harry. You're drunk.
That's problematic. I mean, I'm not drunk. I haven't had a drink in like 5 days, and I also decided to become sober.
Oh, God.
There's silence. It's heavy as tin. The white noise howls. I think I should make the spooky noise of, "Ooh, are you there?" Which may not be how that's intended, but, like, I feel like... that's the customary thing to say at this point.
Do you know what time it is? It's so late here.
Sounds like she's looking for a clock on the nightstand.
It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours.
I mean, I think I'm, like, legally obligated to say 5. Me legally obligated as a person because, of course, I am the law, so I dictate the law. Is the time difference, like... Does this call actually factor in what time you make the call? Or is it like some of the other things where it's, like, vaguely implied that it just, like... has a certain way it wants to do it? I just feel like I have to say 5.
She does not answer anymore.
I'm gonna solve it. Well, no, if it's 4 p.m., it would be the same time there that it is here, but it's supposed to be extremely long distance.
Harry.
Disconnect tone.
Ooh.
The machine ran out of money.
Ouch.
Run. To the church. Home. Anywhere but here. Anything but calling her again.
I mean, strictly speaking, the fork I offered said I had to keep making phone calls until I wasn't allowed to do it anymore, or until I had a new quest. Neither of which has occurred. So, I feel like I am beholden to the fork.
You dial the number again.
But
26 pulls of the rotary dial. The machine eats the coin.
I cannot imagine this goes well.
Distance rustles in your ear. In the middle of it, a familiar ring. Small, distorted, calling.
The smallest, saddest ring.
Put it down.
Ooh, challenging success.
Before it's too late, please.
Let it call.
Calling. It looks like she doesn't want to pick it up, Harry. Stop scaring her.
Why?
You know why.
Let it ring.
Calling.
Harry, please.
The Connect noise is so spooky.
Underneath it, she is naked and warm under a blanket.
Electrochemistry, I really need you to keep it in our collective pants. None of these seem like good things to say. None of these. 2 is ridiculous. You're naked, aren't you? Beat the handset against the phone. I'm sure there's no way to interpret that as violent, dangerous, and concerning. Maybe screaming who you are, who are you would help. I mean, I feel like 3 is the thing I'm inclined to say, but it's not the way I would choose to say it. I feel like I somehow need to make it clear to her that, like, I understand she's important, but I'm not the man known as Harry Dubois.
Please. I'm going to hang up now, okay?
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone.
Well,
You dial the number again, as you've done many times. You remember it well now. 001 41 44 47
someone write this down.
11 17 361 451 67 451 451.
It's 451 twice. I wasn't imagining that, huh? Thanks for the resub, Haggis. 68 months. Yeah, not quite nice, but that is probably suiting because of what's happening here. Haggis, in case you weren't lurking before and are just joining us, I did make a deal with chat because we didn't have any explicit things to do because we've run out of quests. That we could either advance time until the next time-locked thing that I need to do, which is at the end of today, or we would make calls on this payphone until I either am no longer allowed to make calls on this payphone or get a quest. Neither of which has happened because, as you've discerned, we are talking to our ex-wife.
Calling. Calling.
Or trying. Eventually, she's gonna stop answering. Because I'm just gonna keep saying insane things to her.
Calling. 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 And calling for who knows how long. But no one answers. You need to insert more money to call again.
You want my money? Punch the phone. Why did punching the phone heal my health and not heal my morale damage? I feel like that's the opposite of true. It should cause physical damage and heal morale damage.
The metal is hard, and your knuckles bleed.
That seems unlikely considering I'm actually wearing armor on my hands.
Takes your mind away from that voice. For 1 second at least.
That's enough now, officer.
You want more money now, huh? You want more money? Punch it again.
It didn't
Picks the
give
hands
you
up again.
any fun for that money. Your hand is swelling up.
Officer, that's enough. Let's return to work.
That's right. Walk away.
I'm no longer allowed to use the phone, and thus our transaction is complete. I do, however, think that that's probably ruined any opportunity we had to restore that relationship. On the bright side for me, all I have to do is say 3 moralist things, and then I'm at full volition again. Should probably just, like, stay here. There's no going back. There's never any going back, except for loading save files. We ruined that a long time ago. I mean, I assumed that to be true. But the fact that, like, there are things you could do to interact with her memory, and now apparently with her directly, makes me wonder if there's some way to do that. How many skill points we got? 6 skill points, huh? That's like a pretty good number of skill points. I haven't had specific need for those in a while. And we're currently working on, like, Cold Mama Dakwa. And that'll take another 2 hours, 26 minutes. So, I mean, I really think the only thing to do is to, like, read our case notes now, because, like, none of these are anything. I can't do anything. It won't accomplish anything. So, like, inventory... Oh no, I have to use the interact from tools now, is that correct? Okay.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. Oh, and an incredibly cool piece of kitchen tissue is stuck to the back.
It's pretty cool.
It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
No, it's cool, that's fine.
Cool toilet paper. I mean, arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back to January 51.
Oh, that's
you
right.
don't exactly close them.
Browsing case files
So
doesn't
just
actually browse
distance
case
yourself
files.
from-
Read
it
case
takes
files.
about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Which one do you... This one is the mural. Is true love. People call it. The graffito.
We've
crew
already
is
read
easy
all of
to track
these.
down. Only the bell lecture. The crew agrees. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message. All of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and
Guess I can
Villalobos,
give the other
plus
option
half of
here.
The eminent domain. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love truly is possible in the next world for new people. And it is too late for us.
Ooh, hey, wait. Trying to wreak havoc on other nations? The middle class are not to be blamed. It's human nature.
No one cares what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger. What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done?
I thought that might constitute a moralist decision and give me a health back. What's the time I need? 2200?
AKA, you were so Leslie will the only way for Leslie to stop flash threatening fines. It's plain to see from the files that you, good, you're learned. He must have it in the process. Kill them. He came.
This is a gripe I have with this game. It's certainly not the biggest or the most important. But considering how important time can be, and the fact that things that pass time are a relatively finite quantity, it's really annoying that I can't just sit on bench even if Kim is with me, because I literally don't know why I can't have that option. Like, what's the distinction? Like, why am I allowed to do that if Kim is gone and I can't do that normally?
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound. That's all you got. Who knows? Don't worry. One day. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know,
my case notes seem to be really mad about this.
Location. They were young.
Could play a board game with Kim. How much time passes when you play a board game with Kim? What headphones do you have? To be honest with you, I think I still got a box somewhere for these. Most of the ones I have like eventually like self-destructed, which is like I wouldn't necessarily recommend them. I gotta find some like Bluetooth solution, because they just refuse to put headphone jacks on phones anymore. And I like need to be able to like listen to stuff on my phone if I ever go out in the real world again. I have like a pair that's held up reasonably well despite some regular use, but I don't actually think I could tell you what make or anything those are. Like, I don't think I could tell you any useful information about them. They look like models.
As you said here, total assholes.
Right, that's what I said.
Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it was. They were leaving it out, cigarette butts. No, you didn't have time for that.
Oh, hang on, I'm having a thought.
That you have
Put the case files away? Put the ledger away? Oh no, I have to like close this and then have a thought.
Call the Mama Dakwa.
Maybe this is something to do.
It's not only your eardrums that register sound anymore. Your very skin has become an organ of hearing. Looking for a whisper, light and low. A god who's very, very silent. Nothing escapes you. A cockroach in the other room. A candy wrapper falling on dry grass. A drunk falling from a chair in a bar 20 meters away. In fact, you haven't heard the Call du Mama Dakwa, but you have discovered that you have amazing hearing. It must be the only part of you the alcohol hasn't drowned out.
I'm gonna assume that's a positive perception bonus. Wow, +3 to perception. And who needs encyclopedia anyway? When have I ever needed to pass an encyclopedia check? Huh? Wow, that's wild. That's a weird one. Yeah, I don't really have room for thoughts anymore. I know which one I will get rid of if I need to do a new thing. Also, at this point, I could probably get rid of Homosexual Underground, right? Because I don't think it, like, literally does anything. Did you find the sound cryptid? No. In fact, I proved that I never heard it, but that I have good hearing. That's essentially what the recap was. What does this actually do again? Increases CAB for hand-eye coordination and succeed all hand-eye coordination passives. It's really hard to tell when that does anything. You're not gonna think about Kim's sexuality anymore? I don't... It, like, doesn't... It just gets you, like, a line of dialogue, doesn't it? Isn't that all it does? I mean, I get it. It's a fun joke. It took, like, a lot of time. That's fine. But, like... A lot of these things are more important. Like the majority, I think. This probably isn't, in fairness. I thought this was gonna do something more useful. The Arno Van Eyck thought. What's the status of the church? That's a fair question. We haven't been there in a minute. The church is now a club known as Disco Elysium. We used science to listen to the absence of sound, and it freaked out everyone there. We haven't danced there yet, and we haven't made Arno Van Eyck's jam even harder core, which I want to do. So if I'm spending a lot of money today. Okay. Serious question. Real answer requested. Is there something plot critical that I need a significant quantity of money, so I'll say like $30+ real, for in the future that I can't possibly anticipate in this moment without future knowledge? Is that a thing that I need to, like, budget for? No? Okay. Alright, I'm not actually... I don't like the fast travel system in this game. It could use a coat of paint. Oh, hang on. Blood drips from your knuckles to the sand. That's cool and normal. Don't worry about that. Now I can fast travel? Let's travel to the waterfront. That's why I asked Neko, because, like, if I suddenly need a bunch of money that I can't have budgeted for, and I can't do it, I will be mad about it. But I don't have immediate need for, like, a lot, since I'm not paying daily to stay at the hostel.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes.
Actually, hold on.
A small mountain of color.
If you say so, but you better stay away from those immoral occult rituals.
I assume that's a D&D reference. High Pasternal Fantastique Populaire board game, illustrated with bucolic vistas and featuring odd-looking humanoid creatures. It's a 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements module and can't be played without the main game. But I don't have the main game.
Large letters on the front form a title. Wirral. The colorful box is illustrated with bucolic vistas. The cover art also features odd-looking humanoids. Some short, some taller, some with pointy ears, others with ephemeral wings.
What do I need for the harder jam? I mean, to be honest, I could just, like, spend a point on interfacing, because the check I need to pass currently is interfacing to, like, tell Egghead how to implement the better jam, and I, like, failed the check once. But if I put a point in interfacing, it should unlock the check and give me a slightly better chance at passing it, but I don't have a particularly good interfacing score. Examine the box.
Text underneath the title in smaller typeface reads, 3rd edition, Mega Setting Supplements module. The side panel adds, a sword and sorcery adventure board game with new maps and miniatures.
Shake the box.
Mysterious things rattle inside. What could they be? Dice? Plastic miniatures? A fantastical alternate world full of magic and wonder?
I think it's just a box filled with dice. Does that seem plausible?
None of that witless man from Heimdall, fascist dross, hidden behind faux realistic allegory. Wirral is no cliche-ridden apologia for colonial violence.
What the heck, bro?
Wirral is pure imagination.
What's with these shots being fired? Look at the
A
back.
blurb on the back reads, "Tired of the tedium and toil of modern life? Escape to Wirral. Leave behind e-solas and nations with their petty squabbles. Discard electricity, magnets, and boring technological widgets. Succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique. Unleash your imagination and create an adventure of endless possibilities. Discover the terrible secret threatening Wirral. Can your band of adventurers save the world?"
Dance, you need high composure, authority, and shivers. I mean, like, those stats are all pretty decent. We're ready to take on this challenge.
Exactly. That's the spirit. All you have to do is read an intricate rulebook, study an assortment of maps, unfold the illustrated game board, and start rolling dice. In no time, you could be romping through grasslands with low-level characters, hunted by Iskala riders, or battling unspeakable monsters in endless dungeons fraught with danger and despair, conjuring up forceful magics to aid your quest.
Open box.
You pry open the box. Inside, you find a folded-up map, a small booklet, a 24-sided die, and a little plastic figurine.
It's only one die and one figure? That's so odd. Look at the book.
A quick guide to the magical races of Wirral. Create your own hero, choosing from any of these completely unique and fantastical backgrounds.
Would you say that I could create my character by combining, like, one of, like, 10,000 heads with, like, one of 10,000 bodies?
The options are in order of importance. The Welkin, the Tweog, the humans, the fairy folk, and the pygmies.
Read about the Welkin?
The Welkin, tall, lithe, and graceful, with long flowing hair and pointy ears. They're known for being powerful magic users, but can also hold their own in a brawn-driven fight. The Welkin come with a variety of exciting sub-races. High Welkin, Forest Welkin, Lake Welkin, and Snow Welkin. But if you're not feeling experimental, a basic Welkin will always do.
Well, that it never be said about Disco Elysium that they didn't put enough thought into any given tangent. Seems you can't play this one. Yeah, I mean, I've more or less gathered that, both from the context of the box and from the fact that after passing like 30 minutes or so, that I still haven't played the game at all. Read about the Duergar?
A grand race of industrious mountain people. They're short, stout, and muscular, and enjoy digging for gold and other precious minerals. They're also well versed in the art of combat, where they prefer to use axes and hammers.
Incidentally, and for the record, I do not believe that it was possible for me to buy the other board game. I don't know if that's because I did a dialogue option or something, but this appeared to be the only purchasable option. And additionally, this is fine because the main goal was to pass like a whole bunch of time, and this sure does it.
The Tweog also come in a few different sub-races. Hill Tweog, Shield Tweog, and Dark Tweog.
Read about humans?
They're just humans. What else is there to tell? They're average in all stats, and jacks of all trades.
I mean, I was expecting more from this. It's basically just like describing the absolute fundamentals of Dungeons and Dragons by changing the names of the so-called races. And like, alright, spent like 25 in-game dollars on that.
A very small race of flying people, known for being mischievous, full of trickery. They often lure people into their magical traps. There are no sub-races for the fairies.
Read about pygmies.
The least popular of the Wirral races, the pygmies, are short, rotund, and dim-witted. Pygmies live in small villages made of shoddy wooden dwellings. They spend most of their days tilling the earth and smoking their pipes. There are no subraces for the pygmies.
Look at the
A
map.
reprint of a crude hand-drawn map. The top left corner reads, Lands of Wirral. The map features both small villages and mid-sized towns with odd names, in addition to meadows, forests, hills, lakes and seas, also with odd names. It doesn't seem to correspond with anything you've seen thus far. It's not a very helpful map.
Look at the die.
It's made from some sort of wood and has been
A
decorated
wood
with
die?
peculiar plant motifs.
That's super weird. Take the
You
die.
place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have luck on your side.
Yeah, I don't know what that did. Look at the
You
figurine.
see a man in ragged clothes wearing a lopsided hat and wielding some sort of a firearm.
Huh. Interesting. A communard. A
What?
communard. One of the leftist revolutionaries in the anti-centennial revolution.
That doesn't sound very raw. Like,
It is not. The communards are not a part of the game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the packaging process.
does that mean we can't
I
play?
have a feeling the figurines are more there to set the scene than anything else.
Take the figurine.
You pick the figurine up by the base to meet your gaze. The little plastic man stares back at you, his face contorted into a disturbing shout. Then you pocket it. A colorful box with the title,
Put the box over. Items. Figurine. Worth 30 cents. Might just be able to sell that, I don't know. Standard Wirral die. Yeah, maybe the die lady knows something about it. Problem is that to see the die lady, I have to go into the dark zone, and I hate it there. Let's go. What is your character like? I think Neko's got it. I mean, by default, we're sort of pygmy. We're like an idiot who knows only drugs, right? Which, like, is unnecessarily reductive, but at the same time is one of the reasons why I've never extremely related to the Hobbits, and by extension had a difficult time getting into Lord of the Rings. Remember the... and then it's left blank, lost to time. Oh. Die unlocks a bunch of checks that you've long since passed. Is there any chance that it would have unlocked anything that I still need to do? I get the sense no. Other than it may be responsible for the knick-knack stand, which I think is at the pawn shop. The other board. I just spent $25 on it. I just spent $25. Yeah, I'm not surprised that the figure does something later. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but I assumed... So someone gave me... It's not exactly a spoiler, but like a soft rule of the game, which is that, like, if you have an item that's not a postcard, it has some use in the world. Which I'm glad that someone said that, even though it sort of borders on a spoiler, just because, like, it was helpful context to have at a time when I was like, can I sell everything? I apparently need money to breathe, and it sucks. I mean, at this point... I mean, apparently I can't buy any more Man from Hemdall books.
a small mountain of colorful...
What other
Wonderful
games?
board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure. Or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography.
Do you have, what is it, the Cones of Dunshire? Is that what that's called?
Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family?
Hey, Lieutenant, do I have
Are you
friends?
actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Yes, kids, friends, chicks. I have all of those, for sure.
Then you're a lucky man, officer. Children are the greatest of treasures.
It's concerning when you say
For
that.
playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
We've heard of suzerainty, haven't we? What about all these morale things?
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things.
Sort of a
Personally,
tautology,
I don't
isn't
like
it?
Not at all. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them, though.
I can't, apparently, because I already bought all of them. Other board games.
Wonderful choice, sir. A wholesome family game.
Well, since I have nothing tethering me here anymore, am I in range to fast travel? Let's go to the church. Alright, let's do the other one. Civilization building board game where you get to choose a nation and set off to colonize and exploit other cultures. Star-shaped note on the box proclaims the game now includes completely new genocide option. Well, that's fun.
In your
That's fun for
hands,
everyone.
You hold a brand new copy of the game, Suzerainty. It's snugly wrapped in a skin of plastic. The cover features a charming illustration depicting a mass of grinning laborers loading goods onto a ship, while a richly dressed administrator oversees their work.
Shake the
The
box.
box has a nice heft to it. You hear the rattle of individual wooden tokens and feel their weight shifting back and forth. What treasures wait in store for you? Even before you open it, you can tell that this will be a meaty game of grand strategy and complex player interactions.
It's a good thing that I don't have encyclopedia or logic to get in the way. Remove plastic
The
wrap?
plastic wrap rips off as easily as a bodice in a tawdry historical romance.
Scandalous.
There's a hiss as the lid slides off. Inside, you find a thick, full-color rulebook and more than a dozen pouches of various wooden components. Savor that new board game smell. A mix of wood, paper, and ink, all wrapped in the sweet must of cardboard.
That made me feel better, just like a real board game. Read the rule book.
Welcome to Suzerainty, a game of economic strategy for the whole family. The rulebook is sumptuously illustrated and thick as a Gradian novel.
You know, when I was working at the Explainer video company in the before times, there was one project. I think I inherited it from my coworker who ended up leaving the company before I did. But like there was just like some company that like wanted to make a video to promote like a game that they made to teach economics to children. I can't remember what the name of it was, but it sounded like really bizarre. And for some reason, this description makes me think of that. I feel like I like 2 here. Just because I don't think my character is overly concerned with being capitalistic. And I mean, I could just keep reading, but it's fun to say things.
The colorful illustrations
Hey!
depict cheerful workers picking apricots, hauling marble sculptures out of crumbling temples, and harvesting a strange magenta-leafed plant. Everyone is smiling.
To be honest, I didn't think that choice was going to be considered moralistic, but there you go. See, look, it's like I never even called my wife. History is problematic, but it is important to teach children basic concepts. Cheerful workers picking apricots, calling marble structures. Sure.
The instructions are opaque at first, and introduce many concepts you're not familiar with. Fortunately, there are many diagrams and examples throughout. You soon figure out the basic conceit. Each player represents an administrator for the suzerain of Revachol. Your objective is to increase the suzerain's wealth and renown by accumulating victory points.
It's so funny, just because recently I've been devoting a lot of my time to watching a channel called No Rules Barred on YouTube, which is like a British group of people who started a YouTube channel during the pandemic to prove that you could still have fun with board games even if you couldn't gather together, and now has like a small studio where they produce like live board game videos, and their chemistry as a group is fantastic. They're really, really good. So like I've been learning a lot about a lot of board games recently. How do you accumulate victory points?
That's where the suzerain's vassals come in. The game features 4 vassal nations, each one home to an economically important resource. Each turn, the player collects resources from vassals where they've placed workers. They may then rearrange their workers, fulfill contracts for coin and bonuses, or build structures back in Revachol. As you leaf through the pages, your eye catches on a sidebar labeled Advice for Beginners.
I'll read the advice. I'm pretty beginner, by which I mean stupid.
Remember, there are many paths to victory in suzerainty, but successful players will find one strategy and commit to it wholeheartedly.
It's not always true in those types of games, but it's good to have them point that out.
Boring, boring, boring. Tear up this rulebook and commit some old-school atrocities.
I picked that because I feel like it will help me roll a check to see if I am able to beat Kim, which I won't. How is the winner determined? I'm a little tempted to pick the other one. Is it not going to tell me how the winner is determined if I say the stupid one? Yeah, let's say the stupid one.
Suzerainty is a family game. The only atrocities you'll be committing are against the social standing of your rival administrators, as you bring in ever more resources and power for the suzerain. Speaking of, the actual scoring system appears infinitely complex, with a series of tables and appendices required to compute each player's final victory point total. You skip that part for now.
Same with the components.
You open up a number of pouches containing wooden tokens. There are also several punch boards with other cardboard components that will need to be punched out before you can play.
We'll punch out the cardboard pieces one by one.
Each cardboard token makes a satisfying ch as you pop it out. Soon, a neat pile of cardboard coins and counters has accumulated before you.
This was something I always really liked about Pirates of the Spanish Main, which incidentally is the reason I got excited about the concept of pirates and ultimately themed my channel after such. Contrary to likely belief, it's not that I've always loved pirates. It's that I saw one commercial for that game where a guy was doing a really bad pirate accent and talking up the little plastic boats, and I was like, I've decided to make this my personality. But like, because the game's all about like punching out chips and putting them together, you got to do a lot of this.
What? You're not going to offer to let me punch any of them out?
Check out the wooden token.
In addition to the worker and building tokens used by each player, there are also several piles of colorful resource tokens, each representing one of the game's 4 principal resources. From the Empire of Safre, orange apricot tokens. From Ilmarat, the ancestral name of Ilmara, gray marble block tokens.
Take a drink. Geography.
From the Seminine Islands,
don't care if it's
white
fictional.
sacks of sugar tokens.
Within the context of the world.
And from Supra Muindi and Sarah Maritza, magenta tokens for unprocessed cocaine leaves.
Sorry, what was that last part?
Oh, those are nice.
Put the components away.
You hold the open game box before you.
Hey, Kim, you want to play?
The lieutenant looks over the rulebook before he sees something that makes his eyes go wide.
Was it the cocaine?
Holy shit. The average playing time for this game is 1 to 6 hours.
Someone said 1 hour in chat.
I'm not sure we can afford to set aside that kind of time for a game.
It's a suggestion check to see if I can convince him to do that? I mean, if I just put on my coat, I feel like I can basically guarantee that I do that. Give me a second. What outfit am I wearing, by the way? Oh, visual calculus stuff, right? Yeah. Where are my superstar glasses? That specifically counteract visual calculus? And then let's put on... Oh, we got like a new coat that does plus suggestion, but doesn't give minus half-light. And I'm somehow too blind and stupid to find it. Hello? This guy? This guy. I don't know what else I, like, want to have equipped, because I'm gonna forget to do this later. My perception's gotta be, like, really, like, absurdly good now. What is this? Oh, it's like nothing. This is probably fine.
Yes?
I mean, that's just not what I want. Just absentmindedly decided to talk to him as though that's how anything worked. This one.
The
Correct.
suzerainty box is heavy. and
Suggestion.
slightly... What is detective work if not an elaborate game? You need logical inference, attention to detail, the ability to analyze your opponent's motives.
I continue to be pretty pleased with the choice for suggestion to be key attribute. Just because, like, the types of checks that suggestion is good at are things that I want to be able to do. That might help us think of more creative solutions to the case.
I do feel like my thinking has become somewhat rigid. Maybe a little diversion to keep the mind limber is just what's in order.
See? He's doing the hard work himself. All he needed was a little nudge.
Alright, you've convinced me. How do we play?
I read the rules already, so I'll show you.
You explain the basic setup procedures to the lieutenant, who seems to be a quick study. You each take your bag of tokens and counters and unfold the board between you.
Just on the sand out here in the middle of nowhere.
In the center is the crown of Revachon. Radiating outward are her colorful vessels, each one supplying some raw material desired by the suzerain. Apricots from Safre, archaeological treasures from Ilmarat, sugars from the Seminine Islands, and magenta cocaine from Supra Muindi and Sarah Maritza.
Now, before I thought it was just describing the cocaine tokens as magenta. But, like, it's actually magenta cocaine? Sure, I guess.
There's also a neat little log to keep track of your progress, in case you need to put the game away and return to it later. The lieutenant goes first. He draws a contract card and moves several of his workers to the Safre territory of the board, and the others to the Seminine Islands.
Alright, detective. Your turn.
You have a few options available to you. Will you try to fulfill contracts right away, or rearrange your workers to maximize production on future turns? Remember what the rulebook said. You'll want to choose a strategy early on and stay committed to it.
Yes, I remember, but thank you, reaction speed. Oh, right, so... This is a passive reaction speed that, like, I didn't even roll dice for. Just do whatever Kim did. No! I mean, it's funny, but, like, no. Arrange the workers to maximize production on future turns. Doesn't feel like that's the same thing as let your workers rest for a while, but I wanna play the long game here. Maximize future production.
What is the very beginning of the game? Your workers haven't even done any work yet.
Alright, make them work a little, but not too much.
That's more like it. You produce a handful of archaeological treasures and a smattering of other resources. Meanwhile, the lieutenant spends 2 of his sugar and 1 of his apricot tokens to complete his contract card. He is rewarded with 4 coins and a round wooden token that he places in the center of the board.
That's a market. It's worth 2 victory points.
Glowers silently.
The lieutenant returns your baleful look with a satisfied grin. Come on, is that your game face? You're practically broadcasting your position to the lieutenant with that expression.
No, I'm playing a long game and I'm throwing him off. I promise.
Glancing over the board, you see several possible strategies. Pressing more workers into service would increase your economic output and help you to survive a possible conflict with the lieutenant. Or you could ignore your labor supply and focus on fulfilling contracts for points and resources. What do you do?
I'm all in on workers, right? It's funny that there's an I'm bored with this, let's finish it later option. It's reminiscent of Sam & Max Hit the Road, which has like 3 mini games that you can buy in the world that are all also like board games. And when you decide to quit them, like your character just loudly declares that they're tired of this. But yeah, so I didn't do contracts before, so I'm all in on workers. So press more workers into service.
Using your powers of persuasion, you convince more workers to join your cause. After several turns, your worker tokens greatly outnumber the lieutenants. A vast army of expendable labor is at your command.
He's on your workers like a harsh but proud deity. Take pity on their miserable lives. I feel like, as a Superstar Cop, I must think much of myself and consider myself their god. It does feel like you could do both, but when forced to give an in-character choice, this one.
Too bad investing in your workers just isn't worth many points.
What do you mean?
Take a look at the scoring tables in the back.
Lieutenant turns to one of those appendices you skipped over
You see
earlier.
in Table 8C that investing in territorial infrastructure multiplies your final victory point total by 1, which is to say not at all. Whereas erecting monuments in Revachol gives you a multiplier of 5.
So you're saying I should treat my workers like disposable labor?
Yes, precisely.
Now it's the lieutenant's turn to respond. He moves aggressively onto the Safri territory. Soon, his workers are producing a steady supply of extremely valuable apricots. How can you let the lieutenant dominate you like that? You need to hit back, and hard. For several turns, you struggle to respond to the lieutenant's burgeoning apricot empire. Eventually, you relocate the majority of your workers to Supremawindi and Saramaritsa, where they begin producing a bumper crop of cocaine tokens. You draw a new contract card. According to the text, there's an aristocrat willing to trade a large supply of cocaine for a number of coins and access to a rare bonus. Amplified music worth 7 victory points. Oh yeah, baby. Cocaine and rock music go together like cocaine and rock music. You've reached a critical strategic juncture. How do you respond to the lieutenant's aggression?
I feel like the tip to commit to one strategy has been slightly disingenuous. I think 1 is a trap here, because I didn't start by focusing on contracts, so that shouldn't be my strategy. I feel like 3 is probably the path to victory. I'm gonna follow my instinct and the one tip that the game gave me. I'm gonna play aggro.
You can't do that, detective.
Okay, what can I do?
Well, I suppose you could try fulfilling some contracts, or you might try to relocate your workers. There are any number of strategies open to you.
It's true. Had you read the rules more carefully, this would have been abundantly clear.
I literally read the rules as much as this game would allow me to read the rules for that game. It just feels like one has to be a trap. Chat really wants me to do one, but like, I don't know, 2 sounds terrible too. Like, it feels like literally if you don't choose do contracts at the start of this game, then you probably can't win, is what it feels like. Get back to the work.
Instead of focusing on amassing points, you embark on a quixotic project to win the hearts of your worker tokens. After several turns, you've unlocked advanced hobbies and health insurance. Your workers now produce an extra 2 resources per turn.
You do realize the game is called Suzerainty, and not Workers' Paradise, right?
I'm just trying to do right by the people who actually generate the suzerain's wealth.
I don't think the suzerain cares much about the welfare of its workers. Here, watch this.
Like for Twitch, we're literally playing a board game within this game in order to pass enough time to get our gun back. I would explain more, but the rules are more of a suggestion.
The lieutenant continues his strategy of aggressively producing apricots for export. He fulfills contract after contract, racking up ever more victory points. The end game is upon you. What will be your crowning achievement as the suzerain's territorial administrator? You could continue your efforts to win the hearts of your worker tokens by building the rarely attempted public education system for your territories.
That sounds like the thing I've been working towards.
Alternatively, you could actually try to win the game by building the extremely valuable victory column in Revachol, or by crushing the lieutenant in a devastating trade war.
See, if the game would elaborate on the actual win conditions, I'd have a better sense of how to actually play this fictional game with no rules.
The choice is yours.
Because like here's the thought that occurs to me, right? Is that our game gives the sense that as long as you commit to one strategy, you can win the game that way. So like, it's possible that the public education system is essentially Exodia. Is like, if you do it, you somehow circumvent the traditional like win condition and win the game regardless. And I'm really inclined to try that, just because the game has suggested to me that the thing that I need to do is commit to one strategy, and this feels like the manifestation of that. Now, I'll be like small mad if the whole thing was a lie and there's only one strategy, and adhering to one strategy doesn't do anything unless you pick that one. But like, yeah, I think we build the public education system and hope to assemble the 5 pieces of Exodia. Hey Angel, how's it going? We're playing a game within a game.
There's a reason very few players ever attempt to build a public education system for their worker tokens. It's extremely expensive and never pays off by design. Your boondoggle nearly bankrupts the suzerain's treasury, and you suffer a significant penalty to your final score.
Alright, this feels a little annoying.
Ouch.
I mean, the stupid game is in fact rigged.
Come on, detective. You knew the rules of the game going in.
I mean, clearly I didn't, because the game said as long as you pick and commit to one strategy, then you will win. And then I did that, and then I lost. So, clearly the game has misrepresented itself by what amount of the rules it was willing to tell me.
Now, let's tally up the scores, shall we?
Computing the final scores is almost a game unto itself. You each spend an inordinate amount of time making stacks of coins, consulting tables, and struggling with basic addition and multiplication. After double, then triple checking your maths, You have your final score. -5 victory points. You'll be lucky if the suzerain doesn't have your whole family executed for such a pitiful performance.
That's blatantly false, Neko. The game was saying that because I read the rules of the game and got that thought that was repeated by my reaction speed from a blurb in the instructions of the game that told me that as long as you commit to one strategy, you can win the game. So, like, the producers who made the game, within the game, said that that was a valid win condition. That was, like, I'm not making this up. The game provided that information to me, and apparently it was a lie. Which, in and of itself, does feel like it is representative of the thought process of Disco Elysium, if we're being entirely honest with ourselves.
I've got 20 points. Well, there's always next time. Figuratively, I mean. There's no way we have time to play this game again. Now, let's clean up and get back to work.
You hold the open game box before you.
It literally won't let you play it again? That's so spiteful. What a spiteful game. I guess I have to, like, read one more case note? God, this day is insufferable.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. Oh, and an incredibly cool
Yeah, let's read a
It
case
takes
file,
about
huh?
half an hour to piece one together.
Got that murder at the hookah
Murder.
parlor?
Tum tum tum. At Joseph Mills was on the... Mills didn't get off the pot. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills... Yeah, no one entered. Mills has no idea. See? You can't even... Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard.
I believe that we had to get to 2200. Go to the old fish market at 2200. The 9 o'clock time is, I think, when we got the quest. I'm slightly confused about that, but I understand the confusion. So I think the place I'm going is here, adjacent.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Yeah, I think I found the place. I think this might be it. The aging woman under a mountain of police paraphernalia mumbles to herself, then notices you and reaches for the Oh, not another megaphone police officer. Just went through this, man. This was my day yesterday playing Raincoat.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now! Show me your hands! Right now!
Her character model sort of gives the sensation of like some random NPC in a dungeon in Resonance of Fate.
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand.
We have to work out how string works? Thankfully, no, because at worst the game will force us to attempt to figure out how the string works. But because we have, like, -6 encyclopedia, we'll just, like, have a heart attack or something.
Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her. She's completely out of control.
I wish I had equipped more, like, empathy stuff. Raise your hand.
The man appears to be pulling out an object from his pocket. Fear under threat! Fear under threat! Superseding event. Split-second decision. Get on the ground! Get on the goddamn ground!
Man, we just want to talk.
Subject yourself to a full body cavity search. Prohibited materials concealed in nostrils, ears, mouth, navel, urethra, foreskin, vagina, and rectum.
Ah, yes, that very mature humor of saying the potty words.
In her mind, the cavity search is happening. As long as she's saying it. It appears the things she says are very real to her.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
The situation looks bad. Calm yourself. Steady your breathing. This is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun loaded.
I don't think we go straight for 4. Wish I was wearing my shoes for that. I did genuinely consider putting those on because our perception is now naturally high enough. I'm not sure if I need the boots all the time. Please identify yourself.
It's a goddamn police shitbag. Hug the pavement. You're under arrest.
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine or drugs?
Nitrochemistry, you gonna chime in on this one?
She thinks she's a police officer. Try treating her like a police officer. A lower-ranking police officer.
Officer Piggs, W. Freighter Harry A. Dubois, requesting your sidearm for inspection. This is my badge.
What?
Patrol officer, you're in gross violation of the RCM Code of Conduct.
Sir?
She hesitates, looking around in confusion. The 3-barreled pepper box wavers in her hand.
In this moment of hesitation, she almost doesn't seem disturbed, but like someone suddenly wakened from a deep sleep.
Patrol officer, I have to sign you up for a disciplinary hearing. Shake your head.
Easy. Press her too hard and she'll...
With a swift, poorly coordinated move, the woman slams the megaphone against her lips and teeth. A trickle of blood runs down her chin. She doesn't notice it.
Officer compromise. Unlawful impersonation. Pigs en route. Engage your will.
Okay. She's actually more agitated now. My bad.
I mean, I really just want to say 3. It's ludicrous that 5 is an option. It's not clear to me if it just makes you die. But regardless, it just seems like a weird thing to be able to do. Yeah, I was considering that 3 might have a similar effect to what we tried, and maybe we have more information to do it better. But it also is potentially really dangerous. But, like, attempts to just be generically empathetic have not worked. I don't think, like, I'm not sure if she would acknowledge whether she's on drugs or not. But, like, because she's, like, dialed in to whatever she's experiencing, I don't think it would help to ask that. It's not a very good chance. I am the law.
Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!
Man, it'd be really funny to try 1, huh? Feel like I'm supposed to say 3, but again, not really sure. Yeah, let's just give our ranks and, like, try to deal with her as though she were, like, an equal.
No. I thought Mr. Moran... Gareth! Aggravated assault! Man down! Officers in pursuit!
What's the situation, officer?
Lieutenant hesitates, addressing the woman.
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
We really are cops. Look, white rectangles. Show her the badge.
License and registration, license and registration. Come in, dispatch. Sector, azimuth.
She's losing it. One twitch and there will be blood.
Oh, that did nothing, huh? I'm gonna try too, because at least it's a new option that was brought about by passing a passive skill check. But I don't think this will work. I think I will die.
Confiscated contraband. Restricted access. 2 kilos missing. Eyewitness report compromised.
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Lower the weapon.
Officer in need of assistance. Suspect at large. Get on the ground.
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Let's just talk.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot. Big red key. Big red key.
We can't leave. A delirious civilian is pointing firearm at us. Your firearm. You need to solve this.
I didn't think that would work, but I figured when given the choice to be shot dead or to put on different shoes and then have a better chance to not get shot dead, I might as well try. Alright, shoot me, I guess.
She's frantic, confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. If not, the lieutenant's got her in his sights. Host almighty, don't count on that. You saw the binoclad can't shoot for shit.
Gun, I'm coming!
Suicide by cop. Split-second decision. Eat lead, scumbag.
God, I almost blew her head off.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real. Police guns always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks devastated.
Yeah, after everything she's put us through, I really can't muster up the ability to feel bad about that.
Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
Why is 2 an option? Maybe there's some, like, pacifist ending or something, but I'm gonna get my gun.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
Gun isn't as faithful as Pistol Chan. I mean, in fairness, I feel like I created that problem by selling gun and breaking the trust first.
Oh, woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
No, she doesn't have a gun, so maybe I can touch her now? I'm very sorry this is how life turned out for you.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
What do you think is happening to her?
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this.
But why was she like this in the first place?
Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8. And loneliness.
Neurodegenerative disease.
Could be. Her hands were trembling and she did seem uncoordinated. But what are we gonna do with her?
Well, I seem to have only the option to arrest her, so why don't we call them poplars?
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without a gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone.
She's kind of a nuisance, though. We have like an intermediate thing to
We
do.
could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family.
Hmm. I mean, that's a very reasonable suggestion. But I feel like a superstar cop, and also the law, I feel like I'm obliged to say 3. Let me be clear about this. I think that 2 is correct, but I think that roleplaying, I have to say 3.
Okay, that settles it. I'll contact my station after we wrap it up for the day. They can contact the sanitarium and handle the logistics. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please, leave the radio on.
She stands motionless, just a heap of clothes and fleshes now. Maybe if you search her once more.
What? Okay, I don't know what I expect that to
The
be.
woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic under her mountain of RCM paraphernalia. Is one of those things a police cap? There were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them? Do.
Confiscate the narcotics, wink. Pick up the hat.
She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant's cap from her mountain of RCM paraphernalia.
Oh, is that yours?
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours.
Maybe, probably. You know me.
It's your hat.
I don't really want the narcotics, but I should probably take them? No, I mean, the officers that arrest her would, like, deal with that, right? Or whatever stupid thing we've committed to by, like, not being willing to let Titus Hardy think he's important. I think the only reason that I have this choice is because we're playing specifically Disco Elysium, and as a result, the implication, yeah, like, the wink is bad, and I think the wink implies that I would take them to use them. I don't think it's meant to be, like, actually... Like, I think the true choice here is, like, do you, like, take drugs for your own purpose, or do you, like, let them be handled properly by the system? I think is the implication. I mean, no, you don't have to use them, but I think, like, I think the moral implication of the decision is that, and that's the end of my discussion on that. Like, we could vacillate on this, but, like, I'm not trusting the wink, and I certainly don't respect, electrochemistry. But I got a new hat. What does it do? You know, that tracks. That's pretty fair. I do have my gun now. Is it normal to just go around with my gun all day? Hang on.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm.
I think my hand recognizes it. Hey, Zero, how's it going? It's been a minute. How are you doing? The hat of being the law. It's not as cute as a frog. You're right about that, Neko. Yeah, I don't think I actually have bullets. I think that's true. I think I actually have, like, bullet space in my inventory.
It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago.
And the snow falls on Mount Fuji. Also, we've managed to heal all our psychological damage from calling our wife 3 times.
This is your gun. It's more of a symbol than anything else. Because there is always a rational, sensible, reasonable solution to every situation. Sheathe it and know you have the moral high ground.
That's weird. That didn't actually... I thought that was going to give me like a thought to do. Can I put on full RCM clothes? No, because I own 2 pairs of pants. No, like 3? But they're all like electrochemistry. I don't have any officer pants. Do I have officer shoes? I don't really think so. The boots are kind of close. Went through a psychopath run of this game with 2 int, 1 psych, 5 physical, and 4. Yeah, that sounds pretty interesting. With key skill drama, that's very interesting. So. Okay, so here's another one of those stupid hypothetical questions. It's now like really late on Friday in-game, but Kim hasn't left yet. Does that mean that we can, like, go find Ruby now? I feel like that's probably what we should at least try to do, Not that way. I know I clicked it, shut up though. It's not much of a time limit in the game. I mean, there is in the sense that, like, Kim can leave, and there appear to be things that are gated by certain days. It's unclear to me if there's, like, a hard... Like, if you haven't solved the whole crime in, like, 14 days, the world ends or something like that. Oh, yeah, I need the flashlight. We should put the boombox away. Probably. It's unclear to me if I should just be holding my gun for this. Have I done the political vision quest? No. I had a thought that was related to being moralist that I thought might activate quest, because I know basically when they added voice acting, they added political quests, right? That's like my vague understanding of things. These pants actually do. Reaction speed. You have a dream of politics? I have no idea. I pay very little attention to the dreams because I find them annoying. I know that's probably like heathen speak. Would be a good tie to have. Volition, maybe? Ooh, pain threshold seems good. I feel like I want authority hat for this purpose. What are actual... So you get +2 authority, minus composure for shoes. Interfacing is just net positive. Minus empathy for the chest armor. So I should put on an empathy coat, which is the pinball maker's coat. Which also improves my hand-eye coordination. I'm just trying to look as, like, important as possible. As much as I love Frog Hat, I think I should wear my newly found police hat. What does that put my perception at? It should still be pretty high. Oh my god, like, without, like, bonuses, it's at, like, 7? Bonus for thoughts 3. Learn skill 2. And then 2. Yeah, wow, that's, like... Yeah, probably, like, don't need to have, like, a lot of stuff on, huh? So, I guess the question is just... The trick is, like, composure is a type of skill that, like, you really only have, like, passive checks on for the most part, I think. So I wonder if I should... No, wait, can I put skill points in there? Or did I... No, I didn't max composure. I could put another point in composure. It's currently at 4. 4 is not very high. I do also have, like, many skill points. I think I might put one more point in composure before trying to do this. Just because I feel like composure is very likely to be a skill that comes up in whatever confrontation is about to happen. It's certainly not guaranteed. But, like, again, my experience with composure is that, like, it's mostly passive checks, so you won't, like, have advance notice to, like, try and prepare for them. I think I'm gonna do this. I literally have 7 points backed up. Now, here's the question. After the other question that was the question, shut up about. I mean, Kim was gonna have his gun out, right? I should have my gun out. I understand that I don't have bullets and I can't shoot it, but I don't think that changes the fact that I would rather present the threat of having the gun in theory. I am wrong. Put some points into that. I mean, I did. I don't want to max it out because there may be opportunity to do something later. Has Kim seen me in the boots before? No. I know you've said that you can talk to him about it. Should I do that? Is he gonna get mad at me? Is that gonna hurt my volition before I go do a thing? I can start walking there. Do that? I mean, I did just save, I guess, if I'm mad at the result of this. Are we gonna talk about the boots that I'm wearing?
Okay, let's talk about it. You stole the boots.
He looks at the gleaming technological footwear.
Congratulations. That must have taken an enormous concerted effort, considerable ingenuity, and timing. Now, I'm going to report you and you are going to go to jail.
These are not the same boots. I just like them so much that I went and bought myself a nearly identical pair of them.
Sure. Anyway, did you want something related to police work?
I don't care about your insane theft, the lieutenant thinks, and looks away from the boots. Just know, if anyone asks me, I will snitch on you.
I'll be honest, I expected that to be more fun. I mean, I figured he'd be mad, but I thought it might be fun mad. He's just, like, legitimately mad at me. Which is fair, don't get me wrong. I just thought that might be more fun. Kim definitely ice cold. And in fairness, I mean, I did earn that. I stole that man's boots. I just probably shouldn't do that. So now we should be maybe running into her territory? Having so many, like, thoughts. Concrete pipe. It feels strange. Hey, a composure shirt. Hey, wait a minute. No, shirt slot is armor, not jacket. Okay. For some reason, my brain, like, briefly inverted that, and I was like, maybe I could put on this shirt. It does look fluffy. Hey, 40 cents. That's about as much as I spent on random phone calls today. Hey, $1.15. That's more than I spent on random phone calls today.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice.
I'm very confused as to what's happening.
It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
It's a shame that my perception is so good,
I know
huh?
you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse.
This is the shadowy figure by the machine.
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to. Doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways.
I just want to point out that I was 1 point off passing this heroic difficulty check. That would have been fun for me. I would have enjoyed that, I think. Might as well cover my ears, I think.
No, buddy. That's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones.
Feels like I'm gonna die here, despite putting on a bunch of armor, which is disappointing.
Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Alright, sure, Volition. You don't ask very much of me. You're under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
Yeah, no, that's gonna hurt.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
You gonna kill me too?
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
I feel like knowledge of this might let me retry the Arno Van Eyck thing.
Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
I'm gonna do the thing that makes me seem smart. I saw your equations. It's the Ulan frequency.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
It feels really weird for someone who doesn't have an obvious British accent to say lorry really casually like that. Oh no, it's an FM translator. If you don't properly register that with the FCC, it makes my job more difficult.
You should probably check on Kim. That's what good partners do.
I mean, if the Esprit de Corps says it, that's fine. I would hesitate to take my eyes off the suspect if my police instinct didn't tell me to do otherwise.
Right behind you, officer.
He's still alive and breathing.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Gestures towards something with great effort.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world.
Why is it that she's immune?
At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
I just really love suggestion. Suggestion's a good skill. I would love an answer to what the pale is. I'm not sure if the swearing will make it more likely for her to tell me about it. I don't actually think that the stream is desyncing from this, which is pretty wild, all things considered. So, what's the deal with the pale?
Pale? It's the end of the world.
How'd you get this? How'd you get
I
it?
built it myself.
Oh, that's pretty
That's
cool.
illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Oh, yeah. Way beyond.
She studies her death ray and the law officials trapped in it. Is this just my existence now?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
This doesn't express very neatly in text. Hey, you ever experienced this? It doesn't seem great.
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
Can we talk about the dead guy?
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
Can you turn it down so I could ask you something? I ran out of stalling tactics.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
You're looking for a deal on mattress.
Damn this.
God damn it.
Regards us with sudden sympathy.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
Sex reluctantly out of the shadows. The pain
The
less.
gun she's carrying is a two-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon.
Thanks, perception.
Well, it doesn't feel much better, but she can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
Well, I'm glad that I prioritized pain threshold. But I'm not entirely sure that's the thing I want to do. did you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
She didn't rat you out, by the way. I figured it out by running out of other objectives to do.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find to my back.
So you've been preparing for the worst?
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
Just answer honestly. Did you shoot the guy? Because I don't think you shot him.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you.
So she says she didn't do it, and she doesn't trust you. Is it you specifically, or the citizens' militia that she distrusts?
That's an interesting success.
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
Is your girlfriend she cracked? I mean, either way, I'm basically saying class yet. I don't think I have strong enough feelings or suspicions of my own to say 2. Saying that haphazardly doesn't seem to help, so I'll just say 1. 2? Okay, fine. You insist, Sarah, but I imagine she'll just get mad at me and it won't actually change anything one way or the other. It was your girlfriend, she did.
Nah, she didn't crack. She's a survivor. If she told you anything, it was to save herself. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
You know what? I think I actually like 1 over 2 here. Well, again, they're pretty similar, but I like being like, well, Titus was involved because I'm not trying to like. Look, at this moment, I'm not trying to get any of these people in trouble. I just want to solve the crime, and I'd love her to stop blasting science fiction at me.
Titus and his boys, man. They told us you were on the coast.
Even now, Kim is a paragon of professionalism. He is trying to make a clean cut of telling her she was betrayed.
Yeah, see, I'm specifically trying not to do that, which puts us a little bit at odds, but, you know, that's fine, you could do that.
Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like...
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Honestly, I don't know how I do it. I just stumbled in here. Can you please explain this to me? I feel like 1 and 2 are kind of similar, but I kind of like turning her words back on her. That usually works great in fiction. It's not personal. I sort of force them to do it. No, I don't think 3 is empathy. I think 3 is clown answer. Like, I think I want her to respect me because she doesn't know how stupid I am, so I like one of the other options.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to care that it might not be their fault.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. In that case... I don't know. Maybe you're not wrong, Sarah. Maybe the intention is to just connect with her on a human level and be like, no, because I just stumbled in here. I think... No, I'm kind of an idiot. I feel like I'm fine answering too. I feel like it's literally just my nature. I have no recollection of who I am.
What shit? I told you I didn't do it. Sounds pretty simple to me.
Did you say that Lily was a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
One's a really stupid question, but I'll ask it anyway.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
Do you feel protective of the Union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate it, okay?
I have other questions.
I'm listening.
Do you have an alibi for when he was shot?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
I don't want to exaggerate this too much. Like, I think 3 is definitely the wrong thing to say. There were 10 minutes you couldn't account for.
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
Our investigation has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Play pinball much?
No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardun. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why?
I don't know why I'm committed to the stupid pinball thing now. There's some mysterious pinball machines in some mysterious rooms.
Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries.
Wait, what kind of mysteries interest you then?
Not murder mysteries either, if that's what you're thinking.
She looks you in the eye, impassively, making it clear that she's not planning to comment on the matter any further.
What about elevators? Do you like
What the
elevators?
fuck do elevators have to do with anything?
Do you or don't you?
Not particularly.
Not even quaint old rickety
I'm
ones?
not really into old shit for old shit's sake.
God damn it!
Look, there's a secret way from the ground floor of the whirling to the roof.
Don't know it. But also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have all heard it downstairs.
I completely agree with
She
that.
has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
Did you leave flowers for class show on the roof?
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
These weren't just flowers, they were symbols of revolution.
So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on.
But class show was mourning.
I never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
Alright, so I guess that wasn't you.
No, I did not.
I'm getting like weird experience from like really random stuff. Do you like to hang out on rooftops?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
What's so great about the antenna?
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
Yeah, there's nothing creepy about that. Which is good for me, because I wouldn't, like... to be creeped out a bunch. Is that the only reason you hung out on the roof?
The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
So you didn't shoot the merc from the roof?
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
I honestly don't think 3 or 6 is good. Yeah, I think I just... I mean, maybe I get random experience points for saying 6, because I don't think she's gonna shoot me for it. And I seem to be just getting experience points for any optional thing I've done that has anything to do with this conversation at all. Yeah, but the thing is, like, I don't necessarily want to arrest her, and I don't think that telling her that I want to arrest her helps. Yeah, I'm gonna...
Where?
More questions before doing anything.
Any idea who killed him if it wasn't you? Can I use a health item here? I can, but also, I'm pretty sure I can use a health item if I die to 0 health in this game. So I'm not unduly concerned about that, I don't think.
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claudia's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
Tell me your version of events.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal, a leader with no one to lead. She still wants to retain some control of the situation.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Claudia comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
You said you knew something was wrong immediately?
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
How'd you get that plan so quickly?
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Ah.
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Her idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone.
God, I don't know, man. The game's trying really hard to convince me that she's not the last mercenary, but, like... part of me really is still suspicious of her.
She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
It's so bizarre that they chose to name this group of people the Hardy Boys. It just keeps coming up and it always sounds weird.
Marcia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
It's bad that she'd be so calm.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
You don't believe that she killed him, though, do you?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going, fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
Okay, if you didn't kill him, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
That strange, distant fear is getting close now. It's a fear of yourself.
My reputation precedes me, and also doesn't necessarily apply anymore, but is concerning information. Mean La Puta Madre agent.
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself.
Yeah, I think some of the choices I made earlier in the conversation, or possibly passing unrelated skill checks, might allow you to endure this with lower health, but this is rough, Neko, that, like, there's a lot of potential for physical damage here.
Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Who's everyone? How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
I don't think intimidating her when she has the upper hand is all that useful. I've heard of him. He's dangerous, right?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
I know I'm supposed to know all about this, but I recently lost my memory.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
Yeah, I got that.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to them anyway?
You know what I did. I fucked him over. And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
I thought we had an agreement, she thinks. This was not supposed to happen. She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat.
Do you know about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
The communist hideout back there?
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Voice trails off into white noise in your head. Feels like an aneurysm approaching. Oh, for God's sake. Alright, I don't think I could put it off anymore. I mean, as someone who's like, key skill is suggestion, originally I'd sort of imagined this character as being like a sort of a suave idiot. It's sort of developed over time to the point that in this situation, even though I personally want to try and resolve this without destroying the machine because I think I understand ways in which it could be useful to me, I think that I have to destroy it. I think it's just like too far out of character not to do it, and also it's like trivially easy for me.
You did it. The compressor
I
lights
rolled a
broken
4.
on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
See them fireworks, Kim?
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
Oh, no. No. No, no, don't do that. No. What are you doing?
Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
Oh, yes, it is.
Gun thing never works for me. I don't think it's gonna work for you, but rhetoric is not. It's,
You should know the words to say. You've been here yourself. So why is it not coming to you?
Why am I standing here like an idiot?
Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. Her finger squeezes the trigger now.
But she doesn't deserve to die like
A
this.
smirk crosses her face as she watches you stand there, mute. Then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger.
Well, I was really hoping for that to play out differently. I kind of wanted the situation to be like, I break the machine, I prove that I don't want to arrest her, and then maybe she trusts me, but she sure didn't give me that chance. And I get it, but that's frustrating.
You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
I failed.
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois, control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me. You can't let this break you.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
Okay, then what do we do now?
We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. That tent there.
Really hate that, like, it does the autosave when it gives me control. It's just, it's always so, like, off-putting. Because it's like, I want to take control, and the game's like, no, just kidding. I shouldn't have given you control, but I did it anyway just to get you. Is this the basement? I don't know, man. You've seen as much of this as I have. She made herself porridge with bananas. Oh, hey, look, healing items. That's cool, because, like, I took, like, a whole bunch of damage. There's $8 in that gas can. You know, like a normal gas can. Sadist game is right.
Tent stands by dispassionately.
The tent stands by dispassionately. Look
You
inside.
see a rolled-up sleeping bag and personal belongings.
Is it, a helmet?
We should put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
Alright.
The lieutenant nods.
She played off 2/3 of the board game we played with Kim. That's a really specific but accurate way to consider that.
There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, and half-read magazines.
Flashlight.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Sift through the magazines.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine. It's a leather notebook.
Take the notebook.
You pocket the worn brown leather journal. She watches by, motionless.
Shut up, Inland Empire.
We should read this immediately. Like, right now.
Okay. I mean, it's past your bedtime, but, like, yeah, we could do that now. Love journal with brown leather cover and the brand name Schneller embossed on the back. It seems to have served as loyal friend
A
to
thick journal.
Ruby.
The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
I mean, the thing that's frustrating about that is, like, I actually think it's good and interesting that that is an outcome in this game. I feel like there's a path that wouldn't have required a lot of skill checks to just demonstrate that you didn't have malice toward her. And, like, I think that ultimately that should still hinge on some skill check. But it's frustrating that, like, my ability to interact with her felt so limited to skills that, like, aren't strong for me, and it's fair, but like I feel like there are ways to employ the skills that my character does have to handle that situation, and I'm a little disappointed that like I didn't really have any ability to do that. Examine the
It's
cover.
made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller.
I mean, part of me is definitely a little curious what happens if you don't destroy the machine, but again, like, having exhausted the options up to that point, I think my character, who like literally has the thought stored into his mind palace that he's like the anti-object task force, like I think I just have to destroy the machine. I literally said before doing it, like, I don't want to do it, and not even for reasons that I expected her to immediately kill herself. But like, I can immediately think of some ways in which it would be useful to have that device, and it kind of sucks that the thing I feel like I genuinely have to do for my character is destroy it, and then it went even worse than I thought it did.
This was important to her when it was still hers.
Unwind the
journal
strap.
falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Study the handwriting.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
Flip through the pages.
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
We could learn a lot from this.
What kind of logistics?
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Professionalism is his coping mechanism.
What are the diagrams?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density.
Okay.
You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Maybe I can still use this to solve my church problems. Personal things?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
How long has this been going on?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
What did she write about La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell.
No mention?
What about this M? Could this be La Puta Madre? Here, March 9th and March 15th.
Read those entries.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Things played out just as she had feared, except you didn't shoot her.
Self-fulfilling prophecy, kind of.
It's in you to do something like this. Kill her. Physically, at least. You could pull the trigger if you had to.
What a coincidence.
Is it? Can you be sure? What if you are secretly being manipulated by La Puta Madre as you pursue this investigation? What if he wiped your memory on purpose?
It's an interesting read. The other entry.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic.
I don't think you were using the phone correctly.
The entry ends abruptly. The call was a courtesy. He must have held her in high regard to personally tell her he knew about her plan to run drugs for the competition.
What did she write the day that Lily died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though. Well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
What she means is that she was loyal up until the point that she betrayed him and apparently decided to run drugs for the competition. I presume. What's the most recent entry?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
I don't think she killed a mercenary. It looks like she might have been framed.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't need, like, a suicide and, like, a handwritten journal to tell me that.
This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one, he thinks. Don't get emotional.
I hate all of these options. I think 3 prompts him to just finish his thought, though, so I'll choose that. What do you mean, frame?
By the Hardy Boys? By class here? By us?
Kim, am I really a La Puta Madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
Yes. I would not expect an answer to come from Volition even if I passed a challenging success. That's weird. Interesting. Weird. Who do you think killed the merc?
Could have been Titus. Then again...
But no one heard the shot.
Maybe there's a Hardy Boy we've yet to meet who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
I see. You could just go around with 2 guns now. Like I'm a mid-late game Resonance of Fate character. Dark water trails into the distance. No way out. Yeah, that sucked. I mean, I think the worst part of that is, like, not genuinely gaining almost any actionable information. Learning the suspicion that we were, like, an agent of that specific cartel is a little character building. But whether or not I believe that, I don't think there's really anything to be done about it now. Is this dead end? Yeah, it is. Looks confusing in the super dark of, like, deep midnight. Like I said, I feel sorry for her going out believing everyone in her life betrayed her. I mean, I did my very best to try and convince her otherwise. I want to go back for the shot part 2. Basically, you mean I can check that now? far right of the basement. What? Like...
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary?
Oh, it's so annoying. Like, what an absurdly specific thought to have. Like, God almighty.
This does look like an embrasure, a slit made for shooting out of. In the darkness, you can barely make out the falling snow. It settles, making the night still quieter.
Could the killer have used this as a hideout?
It's a great place to hide, and Masovianism and murder are certainly not mutually exclusive. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages.
I can't see the whirling in rags, so they didn't shoot from here.
Indeed. No one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough.
The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control.
In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. After you, officer.
Would I have been able to do that if I had checked the glass before doing that, or do I have to wait for her to die? Sure is tomorrow outside. No, so, Demolition, that room was not new. I did not need perception for that. Like, I had been in that room. But I had been in that room before checking the glass. Unequip the flashlight is a very good call. I do hate the flashlight. The passion. Because this isn't Portal 2. Not this one. And I guess this while we're at it. No, but like, if you've discovered the room, you can't undiscover the room, is my point. I mean, I can double guns. I don't think that does anything good. I think. Not yet. Also, I have none ammo. What the heck? How long has this been here? Book. A primer for small kids. A textbook for first grade in primary school. On the cover, a humanoid teddy bear is pushing a wheelbarrow full of letters. He's not doing a good job. The letter S is dangerously dangling from the cart, while E fell off a long time ago. Children should pay more attention. No, that's true. We should probably put our frog hat back on. We don't need to impress our status as law enforcement quite so strongly. Now, I'm just going to leave the armor on because it makes me feel better. It's psychological at this point. I think, like, 12:30 in the morning is, like, a great time to read a children's textbook.
You hold in your hand the colorful primer. The title reads, A Primer for Small Kids.
There's a bear involved? That's such a peculiar way to describe that. Exactly what I need.
This book will show you the score. Get you oriented with those basic concepts you appear to be hazy on. The anthropomorphic bear will give you the lowdown of your life.
On what?
The alphabet.
Exactly what I need.
This book will show the alphabet.
Flip through the pages.
Every page has one word designating one letter of the alphabet with a faded illustration. Most of them are scientific and cultural principles. It goes as follows.
Let's do this.
A is for azimuth. B is for Boreas. C is for cosine. D is for diamite. E is for ellipse. F is for phlogiston. G is for gamete.
What?
H is for homeboy.
What?
I is for econ. J is for Eura. K is for collapse. L is for laudanum. M is for myriad. N is for nadir. O is for aureole. P is for perihelion.
Now, I know that in a literal sense this isn't true because this game is from Estonia, but the running joke on my channel where I play a lot of visual novels which traditionally come from Japan is that I bet this is hilarious in Japanese.
Q is for quasar. R is for rhododendron. S is for sinus. T is for tricolor. U is for ultra. V is for vector. W is for Wahrheit. X is for xylophone. Y is for Ustava. Z is for zenith.
That's it?
That's it. You know the alphabet now.
Kim, I know the alphabet now.
Good. I also know the alphabet.
I mean, that line alone is worth possessing and reading the book, for certain.
It is a very useful skill to have, he thinks, for all sorts of life activities, like reading and...
God, I have to say that if we go the rest of this game and never get +1 for knowing the alphabet, I'm gonna be profoundly disappointed in the writers of this game. Like, absolutely. Hey, Cotillion. I think we're probably at the tail end of the stream. How's it going? Why is she awake? I don't think there's anything else for me to do because I still basically don't have any quests. I mean, I gotta go, like... Oh, wait a minute. There's an actual quest for me to figure out if I'm Laputa Madre's peon. You get the chance, call your station to find out more if you dare. What happens if I just think about it really hard? Didn't I have a thought? Oh, was that a quest and not a thought? For some reason I thought it was a thought. You know, that probably makes more sense, but for some reason, the way that was presented, I got confused about that. Check island for bullet traces? Return to whirling after the whole instigator debacle. Someone has something to answer to. God, that's so, like, not gonna go well. I can't emphasize enough to you how badly I expect that conversation to go. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much bedtime. Right? Do I have any thoughts that I would even, like... I mean, clearly White Morning suggests that this has relation to the wife after it being a bonus to the call to the wife. Do I want this? Chat, with no further explanation of any kind. Do I want this? No spoilers, no nothing. Do I want this? Also, yes, you're correct, okay. Z is for Zenith, the clock god, which is an important part of the alphabet. Well, why not's not really a sufficient question considering that we've reached the cap on our finite number of thoughts. So, like... I mean, I kind of feel like I want it. So I'm pretty sure I want to be good at armor. This is just important to me on a personal level because I am the law. I think anti-object task force is also like, I feel like my entire right column is pretty indispensable. I also feel like Wasteland of Reality is not negotiable. Jamais Vu is, like, relatively useful. Not only because it increases learning caps by 1, which makes it slightly easier to redo checks for my extremely bad intellect skill, but also because it gives experience every time I find new locations and such. Does this do anything? Wait, does this literally do anything? It doesn't, right? At this point... At this point, the volumetric crab compressor doesn't actually do anything, I don't think. Because, like, my endurance learning cap is 5, which I don't think would be effective. I don't think it's cumulative in a way that means if I got rid of this, it would lower the cap. And frankly, even if it did, that's not all that much by itself. I think the reason to get this is, like, simply to have another way to pass that check early on when you, like, can't get up close to the body or whatever. Yeah, like, that's my read on it. I believe this has served its purpose. And, like, there's other things that are in a similar boat, but, like, if this, like, genuinely doesn't do anything, and I want another thought, might as well get rid of it now. So, like, the other ones on the chopping block are basically this lower left L, I think. Arno Van Eyck long-term doesn't do very much, especially if I ever got rid of Jamais Vu. Homosexual Underground, despite chat insisting otherwise, I think also has run its course. And for, like, character reasons, I do ultimately want to get rid of Hobo Cop. Because I like the idea that, like, immediately following the incident, I just became Hobo Cop. But, like, as I started to become Superstar Cop and gradually became a little more capable, that, like, I also graduated from Hobo Cop to something else. But I think for now, let's get rid of this. Just make absolutely sure the correct one is highlighted, because the lightning covers lots of things. I mean, it was amusing. I'm not entirely certain it was worth 2 skill points and 8 hours, but it's definitely very good. So, yes, this one, forget this one, confirm. White Morning. I lose 1 authority, which I'm a little concerned about. Okay, I appreciate someone, like, actually acknowledging that fact. Like, it's not even that I don't, like, I think it would be either worth... I mean, it's worth at least 1 skill point or 8 hours. I'm not quite sure it's worth 1 skill point and 8 hours. I definitely don't think it's worth 2 skill points and 8 hours. Alright, just... Still have 6 skill points. There's a bench around here somewhere, isn't there? Well, actually, I guess I have to get rid of Kim first, if that's my plan. And we can't be Hobo Cop or Homo Cop.
I'm afraid we don't have time for rest stops right now, officer.
Oh, okay. That's on me. I misunderstood. I did not think that you wanted to conduct further interrogation at almost 1 in the morning. But I'm, like, totally on board with you, if that's what you want to do. I'm gonna be playing too much longer, but if he thinks it's urgent... Just in case the world explodes. Map. I think we should be... No, we're not. We're not in fast travel range. Clarification. Is the reason that I can't fast travel because it's late or plot driven? I feel like it should work, but it doesn't, so I'm gonna hoof it. And assume that I will learn along the way why I can't do it. Oh, whoop. Faint smell of soldering, melted insulation, nylon, and ozone. Alright. Hey, it's worth 1 experience. Just like the low rumble of a bass beat, your heart repeats it.
Stop. Now, it is time.
Sounds ominous.
It is.
What am I supposed to do?
Be prepared. Make sure you have your pepper box in your hand.
Oh, I don't like that.
Your fingers reflexively reach for the Villier's 9mm pistol in your pocket.
Now, I'm not entirely I'm not sure I understand what the distinction here is. I'm not... If I say 2 is just a commitment that I'm ready for what's ahead, right? It's not saying that I won't hold my gun, right? Either way, I think I want to say 1. I'm not sure I'm ready for this.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
Okay. Well... Okay, chat. I need a fast answer on this one. I mean, Superstar comes in with boombox, right? Like, I should still carry the boombox? No, I have none. Well, I'm pretty sure I have none usable bullets. We found her bullet. I don't remember what happened to it, but I don't think I could load it even into her gun. I don't think. Just 2 times guns. I mean, I guess that, you know what, 2 times guns is pretty Superstar. I can't really dispute that. Definitely still wearing the armor. I'm just gonna update that last save to be here, I guess. Can you make the tape players play Saint Sens? I don't think so. I mean, I never consciously chose music. I think it just does ambient music by nature of being...
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Just out of curiosity, for those of you who may know, does this normally take place at night, or have I done another extremely abnormal thing?
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
What a cool vocabulary you've got there. Abnormal to the max. Yeah, I kind of figured. It's a pretty weird playthrough I got going on here, huh?
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
He's dangerous.
Shh. This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet.
Oh, don't say
you
that.
Can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
Don't say that nothing irreversible has happened when their compatriot died. Don't say that. That's a really bad... Listen, I'm actually pretty bad at knowing the dialogue option that the game wants me to do. Not just in this game. It's worse in this game than other games. But let me tell you that you just picked the wrong one. That can't be right.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
Well, I stand corrected, but I still feel like my theory was pretty plausible. That Classier was somehow secretly the last commando.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You want
Wow.
to gun down 7 people in the middle of the street? This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
I have to say, I loathe the way this is being handled. Like, Elizabeth's supposed to be really smart, and she's just basically choosing the equivalent of the clown dialogue option that this game frequently gives you at every turn. Have we seen this lady before? I don't think so. Her voice certainly isn't familiar.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this.
Oh.
I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't
Man.
that right, fellas?
Your whole troop is pretty bad at this, huh?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
It sounds like the armored figure is weeping.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
Lieutenant points to the helmeted figure. Where is
this third one? He is the most dangerous of them all. Heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
What's the play?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
He doesn't want to, but he must.
We're out of time.
The Mercenary Tribunal.
Superstar Cop X.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
It's really hard to pick out character models, especially in white on white, but that must be the guy they were talking about. I noticed them, and obviously the Hardys in their orange pants stand out a little better, but this is the third guy. The love of God heal. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. I mean, I did just pick up a whole thing. Like a whole pack of heal good. I mean, it sucks to do it at like midnight, since whatever happens, I had to heal up afterward, but sure. Most detectives are broke, so you're playing it IRL. You're an IRL detective? Oh no, I'm not gonna be able to pronounce this, am I? Yeah, you say Yaku? Is that close? We were just talking the other day about what a real-life detective's opinion would be of some of these, like, mystery games that we play on stream. Either way, welcome. Good to have you. That's close. Hey, close is a lot better than I expected. Feel free to correct me and I will try. I will try my best. Probably be easier to see during the day and when it's not snowing. Yeah, I fully agree with that, and it's entirely possible that that is a way to have this scene play out, for sure.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire.
I can talk to him. Because if I don't, my guns aren't loaded, and the alternative is pretty bad.
You can't think that way now. This is serious.
Pig, fuck!
This guy seems like not great. He seems like the adult equivalent of Kuno, but like with guns, which is like worse. You really kind of need authority here, right? I can't actually imagine... I just don't think anything that they've demonstrated suggests that, like, a normal, empathetic approach works. It's true, if you do want to see more of this game, my entire playthrough is posted to YouTube. It's the same as VascoDaGamer, just like the Twitch channel. Oh, this is tough. I don't think calling him out on being drunk helps anyone. Presumably, his compatriots are fine with that being the case, or they wouldn't be doing this right now, so I don't think it helps to bring that up. I feel like someone's already said no one needs to die here today, and they did not take that very seriously, so I think my only realistic options are 2 and 4, to either try and exert authority or play it super cool. But I feel like I kind of need to say something, so... Superstar Cop plays it tough. One wrong move and I'm taking you out, varmint.
To your left, you hear the lieutenant cock his gun.
We're gonna tear right through you. I don't give a shit if you're cops.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it.
Well, regrettably, I don't have any ammunition. So...
Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you.
Regrettably, I don't have any ammunition. So...
Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. Get under his skin.
Catch you later, Yase. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you do check out the YouTube playthrough. I'm a little bit grumpy early on, but I eventually sort out how to play the game, and we get here, so... Maybe we'll talk to you another time. Okay.
I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours? I'm barely keeping your hand from trembling here.
Thank you for gifting us some to Yase, Demolition.
Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
The Wild Pines rep does not approve of this. I feel like this is basically akin to just saying, like, you might as well just shoot all of us. Oh, man. If I thought I was like Monkey D. Luffy or something, I feel like I would love to try getting away with one. Like, who's that? I didn't know you had a third guy.
Daddy does not approve!
My odds on 6 are pretty good. I feel like they should be higher. Do I have something giving minus to suggestion right now? I honestly don't remember. A -1 from thoughts, but it's like balanced out at 6? I mean, obviously, like, rhetoric's gonna be like, that seems way higher than it should be. I honestly don't think it is closer to Daddy Does Not Approve, because that implies, like, I don't approve of this, which is a different type of stupid thing. But basically saying, like, I mean, I guess it's like saying your corporate daddy does not approve, but, like, it's just, it's so stupid. I think before I try the check... Oh, hang on. Wow, there really must be some way to get ammo before this point. I kind of didn't think that there was. 9 is incredibly stupid. Holy crap. That's what I said. They're business daddy. Their boss is their business daddy. Okay, I'm gonna start with 2, and then evaluate.
Yeah? Who did that?
Oh my god, 5. Well, 5 reminds me of something that you can do in Zero Time Dilemma, which is very stupid. Nico suggests the gun idea. There's a lot of bad ideas. There's a lot of them. So the options are Titus, Class of Ruby, me. I mean, it's none of them.
How fucking convenient.
A lot of people could have gotten to that roof. No. Actually, they are here. It was one of you. No. I've changed my mind. I can still change my mind, right? I mean, sure, I could say Ruby. It would be hard to disprove it, and some of the people here are already suspicious of her, but I'm not one of them. I believe that a sniper did it.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? pals here, right now, huh?
I happen to be really close friends with your allies, if that changes the math at all.
How about the kid? Tell me, with a magic fucking sniper one more time.
I didn't say magic.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her.
Uh-oh. She's definitely gonna die. She's just definitely gonna die. Usually you can get away with, like, one or two of the options that aren't the skill check before trying the skill check. I'm not saying that the game should give me a heads up on that. I'm not, like, mad about it the way I get mad about some other things in this game, but, like... This isn't how I thought this would go.
Your mind grinds to a halt. All you can see is the revolver in the man's armored hand, swaying, pointed at her. You move your mouth like a fish gasping for air.
She wasn't even there.
He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle. The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
She grabs her left side. She's down. Her white shirt soaks a blood red around her abdomen as she gasps for air.
She's not. She's bleeding out. If she doesn't get help in 10 minutes, she'll die.
Fuck this!
There's a coarse shuffle against something. Is it a gun?
Gene! Cancel Lizzie! Now!
%72% to 97%. Is that 2 increments? I think that's 2 increments. No, it's 3 increments. I wish I had a different coat on right now. Get to 9. That's not demolition, this is suggestion. Only volition is affected by volition damage, isn't it? It doesn't show a negative modifier from it. I believe you're incorrect. I believe only... Is it endurance? And volition? I think those are the only ones that get affected by that. It's just a question of putting another skill point in suggestion. But, like, I think I'm just rolling at 92.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Who are you, Cordy?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
Oh, cool, the Whirlingin Rags.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click, softly.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, you're all sentenced to death by lead.
Part of me thinks, like, 1 is basically suggesting that he was being irresponsible and maybe deserved to die or something. Bonnie Tal 41, that really happened, didn't it? That's when we, like, showed him the photo of the guy? feel like I'm also supposed to say 3. I'm really skeptical that 1 is a good thing to say.
Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rude here.
He points to the third guy.
And your shit pipe's right in the fucking...
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets bored, Laley knew how to command.
He was a good commander. I can see you miss him.
Oh yeah. He would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. But that didn't happen. Because Hayseed Bill and Kipty the Kipt here.
Man, this game just insists on everyone being racist and sexist and terrible, huh?
Fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you fucks did nothing.
Listen, man. We told you we...
Told us what? What did you say, tattoo fuck? You'll die next. Right when the she-kip's out.
Like, I feel bad doing these sorts of things because they're like hardcore metagaming, but I got a bonus to this path by being aware that he had blue eyes, so I'm definitely saying 3.
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man.
He smiles, pulling his face in a strange way.
It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like.
Yeah, same, bro.
Down cloths.
Your colonel did not deserve to go out like that. I promise I will find his killer.
Find his killer? Cop, his killers stand right there, shitting their pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them.
They didn't...
Shush. Blood's all gone out now. Not long to go till the rattle starts. 1 down, girl. 7 to go.
Big talk, but you got him to admit he's a bad leader. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Oh, that's very horrible. It's wild to me that this is even an option under the circumstances. To shoot Cordy? Because I can't. It wouldn't do anything. Like, I'm sure the game will let me do it, and then there will be a click, and then I take physical damage, but, like... It's very... I'm in a really bad spot. I'm afraid to choose the not skill options, because doing that got someone dead. Like, immediately. I'm sure I could take at least 1 shot, but I don't expect that to do anything good. 28% is greater than 0. But, like, I, for one, do not put it above this game to give you an option to shoot someone with no bullets, succeed at the check, and then got shot. Like, just, like, fail and get hit. I mean, it puts the attention on me, but then I just get shot. And again, I'm sure I could take a hit, but what does that do for me? Because, like, that might work if we were... Picture this as a tug of war. If we're even, then throwing them off center gives us an advantage. We're, like, about to fall over or fall into the pit or whatever. Gets them not killed? No, they have the weapons to kill all of us. They can kill all of us. Me being dead does not stop them from dying. Oh no, wait a minute. When we had to get our gun back, pigs... Well... There was some thought we had that we were concerned because we would always leave our gun loaded. Is it just that we, like, we're better lucky than good, and there's a bullet in there and she just wasn't able to shoot it or something? No, I mean, no, Sarah, I understand that you meant the Hardys. What I mean is they came here to kill a bunch of people. They won't run out of bullets by killing me. If I'm dead or incapacitated or just fail this, which I inevitably will, they will be happy to kill all of us. I have no doubt of that. They don't know you have the armor. I'm wearing it. It's like I'm wearing it right now. And also, them knowing that I have the armor probably doesn't do anything to improve my situation other than to not immediately die to a bullet. Because it will essentially read to them like I grave robbed their friend. So, like, that will just be more reason for them to try to kill me. It's not really, like, the chest piece is under the coat, but the boots and gloves are both still visible outside of the coat. This sucks. You know what? Clown option. Where'd this third guy come from?
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
Okay.
This talking shit won't help you.
Easy. Easy now.
I mean, there's just no chance Frederick works at all. I don't think that they're gonna be introspective. I don't think they care about the Wild Pines rep. I don't know what I expect to happen if I mention her. Would they know about her? How would they react to that? It's worth a shot, and by that I mean that it's worth the fact that they're gonna shoot.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacier, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
Awesome.
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
What do you mean she left?
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
Oh, that's so suspicious. I really hate that.
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
Chat seems to want one. I'm not convinced that one does anything. I'm not saying two. I don't think. That's just too stupid. I might as well try the one last option, I guess.
Yes. So what?
You might regret this.
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Okay.
Now, you got them both off-piste. He's foaming mad at her.
What do I think happens if I fail the red check? Do I just die? As dumb as the new option 1 is it somehow gonna give a modifier? Did I just, like, choose the one thing that gets them to shoot someone immediately? I love that for me. It's very annoying. I call upon the power of the train and the boxcars to come to my aid and allow me to think of an argument.
International something. International law.
Yeah, say it.
Look around, you livestock. We're about to butcher the lot of you. Where is your international law?
There will be ramifications, but there don't need to be. Let's go inside and discuss what our investigation has uncovered. We have important...
We're not fucking coming anywhere, Sailite.
Oh, good.
It's a miracle no one got shot this time. Stop attempting to use your head. It won't work.
This also won't work.
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion.
Look at him.
There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something unintelligible.
Now we just die, right? I definitely don't have more bullets than that.
His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, but he can't. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
I need to focus on Kim, because Kim does not have armor.
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude.
I feel like Think could genuinely just get someone dead. I think I might as well try reaction speed.
A low shot rings. You feel a tapping, like rain on your chest plate. Heavy drops of rain. Then the sound of dice rolling as the cuirass distributes the shot evenly from plate to plate. You got hit. The armor took most of it, but still your ribcage burns. Feels like blood is slowly seeping into your lungs.
That's worse than I was hoping for.
God, please.
Lieutenant says quietly without trembling. He aims face pale.
Two shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
Kim, did he hit the rifleman?
Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant.
Who screamed?
Dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
Look him in the eye.
The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth. But he will do it. He is your end. Here it comes. Death.
Roll it.
There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll.
Yikes forever.
Touch lower body.
Warm blood pools underneath you. It's sticky, and there's so much of it. Don't go into shock. Hold on.
Listen, what's happening?
The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
What parts of me are missing?
Most of what's down there.
Oh, that's not great news.
It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No. It's just a fear. Even if... Who cares? No one wants you anyway.
What's happening?
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Out of it, a silhouette appears crouching over you. You hear a familiar voice filled with urgency and fears. Live fast, die old. I think that's the superstar cop thing to say.
Yes, keep talking. Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
Oh, good. A check I'm actually good at, with modifiers. No, Kim!
No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips. Your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
Fall into total darkness.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Will I be a ghost now?
Brother, you already were a ghost. Up there, screaming along with all of them, scaring each other, haunting each other.
Your metaphor is unwelcome.
It's the living who are ghosts. The dead are silent. They don't rattle windows or write letters in blood. The living do. Leave them behind.
No, I want to see how badly everyone died, including myself.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door.
I have to assume that we're about to learn that Kim is sort of like a construct, that there's like an infinite number of Lieutenant Kims that keep the world functioning, and because of the severity of this moment in history, normally, like, Kim himself would just help me, but now Kim is down, whether he's shot or not, unclear at this moment. But, like, I think another Lieutenant Kim will appear to help the first Lieutenant Kim, and then both of them will help me. That's my natural assumption. Just going by Occam's razor.
He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh, God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, rotting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets wild.
I like to think that that's how people will describe me when I go. Or I guess just knowing me, since it implies a continuation of history.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
How is it that I'm in the hotel room?
It's nothing. You're alive. That's what matters.
Hey, here's
Yikes forever.
Here's what I'm gonna go ahead and guess is a fun fact. The room is relatively clean now. I have to assume that's because there's at least a full day that I didn't stay here, and they cleaned up after me. Kim.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
He's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room with the fan above his head like a halo. His face is covered in bruises. The room, it's clean.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
How long have I been out?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. It's
Ouch.
not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
The piss jacket, Kim. You took it off.
Yes. The joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
What's weird is I don't think I should have that dialogue option because we never got the jackets from those guys. Isn't that what that's implying? Why did you say sunrise?
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Apparently that's engraved on my gun.
It served you well.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Good.
Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay.
What happened?
What happened? You shot the Major in the face. A firefight ensued.
Did he die?
Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
Swallow.
As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He hit the cuirass. I heard it go off. I was looking for a clear line of sight to him.
He sounds a tiny bit sorry he did not find it before you got hit.
He did pretty good. Also, that shot came from the guy who died. Like, that wasn't the thing you were trying to do.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
Eugene?
Yes. He's still alive too.
Nah.
You were bleeding out. You said something. I don't know what. And you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer De Paul before she got the jump on me.
Thank you.
I killed her. And
Whoa.
that's what happened.
So all three of the contractors are dead?
De Paul was the last to die. Evrard had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
Why?
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe...
It breathes in the fumes,
Maybe
thinking.
they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
Just because I have a personal interest in Kim, I'll ask this, but I think it's fair for him to indulge in extra vice.
This is the one.
That's fair. I've been unconscious for I don't know how long. How many total casualties from the Union side?
5. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets.
So then, Elizabeth made
And
it?
Elizabeth too.
Oh.
Elizabeth Beaufort was her name. The gardener.
She did not make it?
No, she bled out before Evrard's surgeon could help her. Evrard sent his personal doctor, but a costly loss for the Union. She was being trained for leadership.
Listen, I really did all I could there. Also, I didn't really realize that the one dialogue option that I thought would be safe to say would be the only one that gets someone shot before stuff goes down. That was really unfortunate. Those types of checks are like a nuisance to me on a personal level.
I know you did. It's alright.
That's right.
Oh, thanks, Felician. So... I mean, frankly, not that bad, all things considered, sounds about right. It probably could have gone a little better. I think it would have required help from someone who wasn't me. It went really bad, but it was always going to go very bad.
Oh no, officer. It's pretty bad. 7 people are dead.
Yeah, but 7's not, like, essentially everyone. Which, frankly, seemed like one of the more likely outcomes.
+1. Ruby.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet.
I mean, if Kim bites the dust, as I stated before, I presume that he would become replaced by another Kim, who would approach you and be like, hey, I'm Lieutenant Kim's identical twin, and I've been monitoring the investigation on the RCM wavelength, and as a result, I'm fully up to date on the case and qualified to act in his stead. And also, even though I have a different name, you can just call me Kim out of convenience.
And we are still alive. Both of us.
His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
Really surprised that's not electrochemistry. How's it look, Doc?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. It appears no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. The bruising in your shoulder is negligible. The armor took the brunt of the fire.
Can I walk?
We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I try to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Has anyone from my station been here?
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the
So they
machine.
left, huh?
Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
I don't really need them.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
You haven't seen any, have you?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
If not my station, then who treated me?
I did.
I didn't know you could do that.
It's part of a detective's task chain. You can do it too.
Well...
Actually, you can. You can even remove a fractured bullet, it seems.
Oh. Hey, I'm a psycho-locomotor.
Good. You'll need to be. Whatever that is.
I will. Watch me do it. It'd be really funny if after all that I tried to stand up and then
Easy now.
immediately died. Lieutenant turns double again before your eyes, an orange hue of pain.
You can take it. Just don't lean on that leg of yours too heavily.
Hey, cool, I passed a cool check.
How are you?
I feel fantastic. Let's rock.
He nods.
What happens now, Kim?
I honestly don't know.
But I don't know either.
We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now.
That's
Joyce
problematic.
has left too, thanks to our meddling.
This is irrelevant, but you don't think it was a good idea?
I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad.
He looks out the
Maybe
window.
it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
You've checked? She's really...
Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up.
Who did it, Kim? Who killed the hanged man?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone.
Was Titus on the list of people who died? For some reason I didn't think he was.
Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
There's still a 28% possibility that shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
An antique bullet from the Belle McGraw. How hard can it be to find it?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
Stupid footprints?
Yes. God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable.
What about the hole in the wall? Oh, the peephole.
I don't know. That's been there for years.
I'm gonna say one, not because I'm necessarily convinced that I am, like, dirty cop, but because I think I'm supposed to say it.
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
You might as well say the flowers thing. He might have interesting dialogue.
What?
Yank it out and show him the dried flower. This one!
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
You know what I think about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is super easy, barely an inconvenience.
Really? Because to me, it seems solving crimes is hard.
I'm sort of obliged to say that because I'm a superstar cop in the law, but you get my
He
point.
sounds surprisingly weary. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
Oh, I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
It's aimlessly wander until a clue presents itself. I mean, I suppose we should start with her room by nature of being closest.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
No, that sure is a lot of stuff that happens in rapid succession with not a real logical breaking point in it, huh? I mean, I stand by what I said. Like, I feel like that went about as well as it could have. Short of, like, being able to pass, like, either one of those rhetoric checks. You know, I think that if I had gotten one of those thoughts that, like, raises the skill cap for a thing, for rhetoric, I probably would have done it. Because, like, I feel like rhetoric is, like, cousin to suggestion. And it's a little troubling, more like troublesome, that my suggestion works pretty much 100% of the time, all the time. Whereas my rhetoric works 100% of the time, like 5% of the time. And they seem to be presented in roughly similar quantities. Wait, were you being serious about that 12 thing? I thought you were just saying, like, because the the directed action text said, like, somehow he made an unlikely shot, that, like, it was just, like, being dramatic. But, like, he literally rolls that shot? That's incredible. If that's true, that's unbelievably wild. It's maybe not necessarily, like, literal boxcars, but still, like, I don't know, man. I mean, it'd be that and our rhetoric check to get into the shipping container. I think we had one other, like, relevant 12. I think we've rolled, like, one or two that absolutely didn't matter at all. And then a bunch of the time, when we have, like, an almost 100% chance of doing something, we still roll, like, a 4 because the game has the favorite emote of VascoDaGamer. Just loves it. Oh my god. I have to tell you that if that happened, I would probably stop playing the game. That is not an acceptable outcome. That sounds terrible. That's not true. I would probably just save scum. I don't know. It wouldn't be good. I figured when you asked that leading question before, it either had to be Kuno or Titus, but, like, neither of those is a great answer. Titus would be better, though, if it had to be one of those people. I would definitely rather it be Titus. No, you don't want that, Demolition. You think you want that, but you don't want that. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what to make of any of that. As is typical, a lot happened, but also nothing happened. It's annoying to me. There's a lot of stuff in this stretch that's just, like, annoying to me personally. There's, like, a lot of times where I'll, like, complain that I think something is, like, genuinely bad. But, like, I really wish that I had been able to investigate the 3 possible shooting sites, because I feel like if I could present that evidence, it would be meaningful in a way that's interesting. So, like, I find that annoying. I don't know. A whole bunch of people died. And we didn't even get a chance to ask a question or two, because an untold number of days passed. And also, I mean, they've been dead for a while, and the ones that didn't left. I think I'm disappointed that that happened so early in the game, because I thought that was going to be, like, an end game thing. And I just didn't think... Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm fine with how the story is progressing. That's fine. Like, again, I feel like that went fairly well, or whatever. But, like... I just feel like there's a more interesting way for that scenario to happen. Like, to just, like, come back from the encounter with Ruby and it just be like, basically everyone's gonna get shot. Like, I don't know. To me, that's not as interesting as, like, a number of alternatives, but I don't know. We'll see how that all plays out. There's always the potential for unexpected stuff the way this game plays out. Anyway, it's, like, super late, and I honestly have stuff to do tomorrow. Here's the couch. There's a bunch of stuff on it. This guy is a Squirtle. What you seek is a Squirtle that you can't see. what might also be called a secret Squirtle. If you're able to discern his location by directing me to find him on the couch, then you will find him, and with it, an omen of good luck in the coming days. So why don't you guess real quick where you think that would be, because it's late, and the stream is basically over. Best option is just Angus dying. I mean, it became pretty clear from the fact that Elizabeth got shot when I tried to, like, ask a single question or whatever, that, like, that wasn't gonna go super good. Alright, guesses. Octopus? Someone almost always guesses octopus, which is fascinating to me. I think that's really neat that that happens. Pikachu, Sea Monster, Carlos, Bear. Sure. Let's go see. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like you would have a sense if I was upset at the way that it played out for me. Like, obviously, on the surface, that doesn't look good, but, like, I'm pretty happy with the outcome on a personal level. It's just that, like, I had hoped for... Like, I expected that to come later in the game because I thought it would be more like, if I could make a compelling case, I might stop them from, like, murdering a bunch of people in cold blood. But, like, that largely doesn't seem to be possible. Not at all. You may be able to say enough with rhetoric that it does something, but my guess is that it would probably still just sort of, like, slightly lessen the bad situation. Yeah, good point. I mean, we talked to him and he was unhinged, and, like, the way he was talking during that conversation, it was clear that, like, not really at all interested in anything resembling reason, which, on just, like, a personal level, again, I always just, like, it's very rare that I think people make that type of villain compelling in any way, and I don't think they did, like, an especially bad job here, but I don't think that they did, like, a great job either. So let's take a look. Let's start here. There's never a threat of structural integrity when it comes to moving the octopus as long as he's on top of the couch. Hiding inside our beloved Octo Hat is the sleeping little Eevee. It's not a Squirtle, but it's a Pokemon, and it's, like, pretty good. Demolition guessed Pikachu concealed the Squirtle. Again, another Pokemon, but not hiding a Squirtle. It's my small green ranger with the big head. I guess behind our big, lovely sea monster, and hiding back there under our porcupirate, was our donut cat. Love this little guy. No, gal maybe? Got a pink bow, but I'm not here to judge. Sarah had guessed behind our brown bear. Let's see about that. Well, behind the brown bear, you might see the edge of our concerned loaf. But Neko had also guessed that perhaps Carlos was hiding a secret Squirtle. And tucked back there, behind our bear, partially, not even visible, but under our Carlos, was a Squirtle so big, he was hiding behind many friends. So congratulations on locating the secret Squirtle, including you, if you were playing along at home. Yeah, we should, all the streams next week should be normal until it's another case like at the start of next month. I'm gonna be missing a few streams, and I'll give more details on that when we get close to it. But, we got more Raincoat and more Disco Elysium coming up. I have little idea of what's going... Oh man, I just realized that we can wash off the death smell because it let us back in the hotel room. Idiots! You gave me a free quest, stupid game. Get wrecked, idiot. All right. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you, and I hope to see you again soon. Whether that is for one of our streams next week when we'll be continuing both the Master Detective Archives Rain Code and Disco Elysium, the much shorter but also weird name. Be sure to take care of yourselves and remember that you are clawsome.